everyone. Welcome to your December 2020 tarot card reading. How is it already December? My name is Victoria. I'm so excited to finally be on YouTube. I've been thinking about it for about 2 years now. I think actually more than 2 years now. So I finally it was the right time. It feels right. And to be honest with you, I couldn't wait any longer. So I really hope it resonates with you all. Your timestamps are going to be in the description box down below, so just take a look at that. It'll take you directly to the video, the zodiac sign that you are interested in. So sun, moon, rising. And on that topic, before we begin, comment down below what you think my sun or rising is. I'm curious to see what everyone says. So let's get started. See you soon. Hello, Sagittarius. Happy birthday to all of you December Sages. So this month I'm getting so much material world and heart and emotional energy. I think Sag is really one in their element, which makes sense given that it's Sagittarius season. But I think Sagittarius is really seeing the fruit of their labor. And I think they're really seeing things in their life manifest in the month of December. So the first card that came out for you was the Page of Wands. And the Page of Wands is such a Sagittarius energy. This is the passionate, fiery, impulsive, adventurer, traveling page, right? And they have like this laser focus on their dreams and making those dreams a reality. And it makes sense why you would be kind of embodying this Page of Wands energy. Okay, we're in Sagittarius season. December begins with Mercury in Sagittarius, so you're already by default going to be feeling really expressive and bold, and maybe blunt is what I meant to say, and risky with your communication and expression. But in addition to that, I think you're just feeling super open and expansive, and you're really starting to see the return on things that you've worked so hard on and worked so hard for to achieve, right? So you could be feeling really optimistic and almost youthful. It's like you have this youthful energy to you this month, which is the really nice thing about Sagittarius season, right? Because that often, a lot of other signs often feel that energy. So you also got strength and the Eight of Pentacles here in the top row. So to me, it seems that I think you've had to build up a lot of strength to get to where you are. And I think you've had to put in a lot of the hard work. You know, the type of work where your head is down, you kind of shut out the rest of the world, and you just do your thing. Almost to the point of excess, right? But this Strength card could also just mean that you might need to continue to be strong a little bit longer for the remainder of the year, possibly. Okay, because you're feeling this energy and almost like this innocence, because I think Sagittarius just starts the month in just such a positive mindset, okay? But there's still work to be done. And I think you're still going to need to maintain that inner strength that you've had for so long, that you've had all year round, which is what has brought you here to finally seeing your dreams manifest or begin to manifest. I think you're still going to have to maintain that strength, okay? And I'm being called to remind you that just because you might see things starting to appear and manifest, it doesn't mean that the work is done, right? So just continue to put in the work that I know you've been doing anyway, and continue to be strong. And you might need to have strength in the sense that you need to have faith. I think you need to continue to have faith and just maintain that optimistic mindset that it's all going to work out because you've put in the work. I think you just need to maintain that throughout December and probably into 2021. The eclipse that happens in Sagittarius on the 14th, your sun is going to be working with the moon, right? So it really is going to be a new you. A new Sagittarius is going to emerge. And the full moon in Cancer at the end of the month is really going to illuminate some decisions that I think you need to make. Got the moon here as well in the bottom row. So I'll touch on that in a bit, but let's get to this middle row here. You got the Three of Swords, the Two of Cups, and the Ten of Pentacles. And when I first shuffled this Three of Swords, it felt to me that you may be reminded, maybe in a roundabout way this month, of a past disappointment that you had. Because I'm seeing new energy here with the Two of Cups, the Ten of Pentacles, and even the Ace of Pentacles. I'm not seeing that this is attached to the Three of Swords. I feel like this is a past disappointment that possibly requires this strength. Okay, so maybe you see someone, maybe someone messages you, maybe the Page of Wands is also manifesting as another person with a message, right? But it's some kind of reminder of something that really hurt you in your past. And it could be something as simple as like a social media post, seeing someone out while you're out and about. But it's going to kind of, it might feel a little harsh at first and almost like whiplash a bit, because I think you've been so in this, like you're finally in such a good mindset and you've been working so hard, you haven't really been paying that much attention to the outside world, right? So in that sense, it could kind of catch you off guard. But I think all it's going to do is really remind you that that's not for you. Whatever this past disappointment was, it's not for you. And there's a reason why you're here now and here. And there's a reason why now you're on your way and on your path to the Ten of Pentacles. The Two of Cups could be a connection in your life, an important emotional connection in your life. But for some reason, I'm seeing it as you're being reminded through this Three of Swords kind of little flash of pain from the past that this is actually what you want. You want genuine connections, and you want fulfillment, and you want genuine, real conversations, and you want someone who you can travel with and be expansive with and banter with. Someone you can explore with and who will grow alongside you, right? And I think this reminder from the past is going to serve as just that, a reminder. It's going to remind you that there's a reason why you let that go, and it's going to really show you how much you've grown, because you're gonna kind of sit there and be like, wow, is that really what I settled for before in the past? Because now I'm sitting here in my power, feeling so good, and I want something completely different. What I want now doesn't even align with what I had then. And I think you're going to get a much clearer picture of what you want and who you want by your side when you finally achieve this Ten of Pentacles, because you will. I think whatever momentum this is and whatever is really taking off for you is going to lead to the Ten of Pentacles. So the family, the financial stability, the home, the love, the Ten of Pentacles is everything, right? And it's really rooted in the material world. So it's things that you can see, taste, smell, touch. These are tangible things that you can kind of grab onto. So it's not just going to be in your head and like kind of like dream world. It's going to end up being something you can see. Okay? It's going to manifest. And I really think with the Ace of Pentacles, you are going to see in December like that first glimpse of this Ten of Pentacles. It can be an offer, a business offer, money. But it's going to be, again, something you can kind of grab with the five senses. And I think you expect this. I think you kind of see it coming, because you know how hard you've been working, and it's like that Ace of Pentacles, like that pentacle that you get in December, kind of just, you grab it and you're off running, right? You got the Eight of Wands as well. The moon came out, and I immediately just thought of a new Sagittarius being illuminated, okay? it's kind of like you're emerging from this pool, this body of water here. And it's like you're ready to kind of tackle anything and do what you have to do. And it's okay that it's kind of dark out, right? There's always going to be like those reminders and those bumps in the road. But I think you're gaining like this newfound like wisdom almost, where you're like, that's okay. I can balance the dark with the light. And once you make your peace with that kind of new mindset that emerges in this new you, and the decisions that you need to make are finally illuminated to kind of bring this to the finish line, it's going to all happen really fast. With the Eight of Wands. This is quick movement. So by the end of this December with this full moon, maybe it's the full moon, around the full moon, when you finally know, you realize that you have to make a decision. It could be in relation to this venture, a person. Could just be deciding to let this go finally. But once you make that decision, it's like quick, rapid forward movement. Your oracle cards were: true healing occurs when I give myself permission to feel whatever feelings live below the triggers. Yeah. I think Gemini also got this this oracle card, but yeah, that makes sense. If I think this Three of Swords is probably going to trigger you a little bit. And if you need to kind of sit in that a little while, that's fine. If you need to kind of feel whatever feelings kind of stir up within you, if you need to kind of feel whatever feelings this Three of Swords stirs up within you, then I think you should do that. Sometimes we just need to sit in that before we can move forward and fully let it go. The only way the healing happens is if we face the trigger, right? And maybe ask yourself why you think it's still making you feel a certain way. You also got Inner Earth. You'll survive this. New solutions and beginnings. Yeah, how appropriate. So don't worry too much about this Three of Swords. I don't think it doesn't feel super heavy, but it's important. And it's going to teach you something about yourself. And whatever this Three of Swords is, you will survive it. And it is going to lead to a new solution and, of course, a new beginning here. Because it's going to trigger something in your mind that's so, that just like makes you realize. It's like an epiphany almost. That's what it kind of feels like here. All right, let's clarify these. All right, the Page of Wands. Ten of Cups. Yeah. I think you're feeling so emotionally fulfilled. Strength. The Devil, yeah. Some kind of, I think it's this Three of Swords, some past energy is going to require you to maintain your strength in order to maintain this great momentum. The Eight of Pentacles, got the Sun. Yeah, I had a feeling that the Sun was going to come out with the Moon here. Like, you don't have to worry about this Moon because whatever you need to know is going to be illuminated, right, with the Sun. Three of Swords. Three of Swords. Three of Swords. Judgment. Yeah. Really, though, it really is like a wake-up call. Three of Swords. Two of Cups. The Page of Cups. 10 of Pentacles. The Page of Wands again. Yeah, see, maintain that same energy, that Page of Wands momentum. Ace of Pentacles. Strength again. The Moon. Ooh. I felt so like energetic before this reading. So it's like truly feels like Sag season. The Chariot, yep. So much quick movement. Like, take advantage. It's going to just like, it's going to be so quick once you can decide. The Eight of Wands. The Six of Cups. So, got the Ten of Cups clarifying the Page of Cups. So, really and truly, keep feeling how you're feeling at the start of December, okay? I want you to try your hardest to carry that throughout the month and into January, into next year. Okay, because it's that energy and optimism, okay, the adventurer inside every Sagittarius, and your ability to live in that gray area and the unknown and to question things, that is going to have you feeling like the Ten of Cups, and it's going to bring you the Ten of Cups. It's going to bring you this emotional fulfillment and love and the job, the dream job, and it's what's going to lead you to your destined path and kind of it's going to lead you into the role that you're meant to play in this life, right? So you're definitely on the right track, Sagittarius. And the Devil clarifying strength, yeah. So again, I feel like now definitely this is tied to the Three of Swords. I think it's just like, it's almost like a distraction. Something's going to come up probably from your past, like a past disappointment you've been through, and it's almost going to test your strength, okay? It's really going to test you. And it's going to try and convince you that maybe you don't deserve all the good things that are coming your way. It's almost going to try and like throw you off of that Page of Wands energy. It wants to throw you off track. So don't let that win. And I don't think you will, because you got strength twice. And the energy just feels too... You're just on such a roll that I really don't think anything can stop you. You might pause, and that's okay. But yeah, don't let it stop you. The Sun clarifying the Eight of Pentacles. So again, I feel like this decision that you have to make tied to the Moon, where you have been working so hard, and there's a decision that's tied to all this work that you've been putting in. You're going to come face to face with, maybe it's leveling up, a decision to level up or to expand even more, to finally take that jump. Okay, maybe it's a new business partner. Whatever it is, you're going to have to make that decision, and you're going to have to be really confident in that. And the more confident you are, the better the results, right? So just embody that Page of Wands Sagittarian energy. Okay, the sun is receiving everything. And it's having faith in your decisions and in your abilities, right? Because they've brought you this far. They've brought you to this sun. Judgment, clarifying the Three of Swords. So, yeah. However this manifests for you, this Three of Swords, it really is, like I said, it's going to test you, okay? And as I was saying earlier, it will probably feel very kind of out of the blue and like a wake-up call. But it's like, this is like your old self leaving after you spend time in this for a moment. Like you're finally moving past it, and you can finally just let it go because you've confronted that pain or that trigger. It's almost like that, you know, when everything's going so well, and then something always, we tell ourselves like, oh, something, it's going so well that like something has to come up, right? Like the other shoe, I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. But I think it's just a matter of questioning why this is hurting, or why you feel like you're stuck in this space for a little bit. But it is going to be really healing for you regardless. It's going to kind of give Sagittarius that last push in the right direction. And then the Page of Cups, clarifying the Two of Cups. Yeah, I think this just reaffirms kind of that like that idealistic like dream and vision that you have of love. And I think it's in this happening that you kind of then give yourself permission to ask finally for what you actually really want and know that you deserve, right? Like that partner that kind of like makes you feel like all those butterflies, like kind of like that idealistic dream. But it doesn't have to be idealistic. Like I think you can actually have it. And there's an innocence, there's so much innocence in this reading. Like it's almost like an innocent kind of image, but it's true and it's pure and it's possible. Same with the Six of Cups here. It's like that childlike, innocent energy, the same one that the Page of Wands has. And the Page of Wands, clarifying the Ten of Pentacles, it's like, yeah, keep this energy. Don't let it go. Don't let that optimism and that hunger for life go. Because like I said earlier, that's what's really going to bring you to this finish line, to this Ten of Pentacles. And the stronger you can be, with strength here, and the more of that innocence you can maintain, and kind of like that wonder and curiosity, the more ready you'll be to accept this Ace of Pentacles here. And I think this is really going to help prepare you, this Judgment and Three of Swords. You really need to tap into your strength, okay? Find your faith and like have hope. And kind of just have that inner knowing that, or tap into it, that it's all going to work out, because it clearly is. Yeah, so kind of, I feel like these are tied here. The moment you make this decision and it's kind of illuminated with the sun, like what you need to do, maybe what you need to finally let go of, it's, again, that quick movement. It's so fast. You have the Chariot and the Eight of Wands. Like, this is so rapid. But I think it requires that I think this decision is going to be tied to your, the way that you express yourself and your emotions, okay? There's like getting a lot of, like heart energy here. Not only do I think you have to maintain that childlike innocence and wonder with the world, but I think you need to be vulnerable and kind of, I'm thinking of a Cancer, and how they're so okay with expressing their emotions, and they're so comfortable in that, and they do it so well. And I think every sign could learn a lot from how Cancers express themselves, okay? People often call them like maybe too sensitive, which I think is just not the case. So you may need to tap into that kind of more vulnerable emotional energy. Sagittarius can sometimes, because they're so kind of light and kind of free-spirited, I feel like they think that implies that they're being vulnerable, but it doesn't always. Sometimes they can run away from that. So just face it. Don't hide from it. And I think that's it's almost like that's the missing piece. You need that to kind of finally close this chapter and kind of move forward with everything that you need in your back pocket. What a wonderful reading. Have an amazing month of December, Sagittarius. Again, happy birthday to all you December Sages. I wish you nothing but the best, and I will see you next month. Take care. Hello, Capricorn. Happy birthday to all of you December Capricorns. So, this energy, when I tell you that, it's not even that it feels heavy, it just feels so monumental and transformative. Like, I had so much just like energy, but like that anticipatory energy as I was shuffling. And it just, December is going to be a huge month, of course, for Capricorns, which is no surprise. All right, your season starts off mid-month, towards the end of the month, and there's just a lot going on where Saturn is concerned. So you got, the first card that came out was the Wheel of Fortune, and I thought, how fitting, because truly the wheel is turning for you, Capricorn. There is going to be so much that comes to light for you in December, and you're really going to see in your physical material world, you're really going to see these changes. And because you're going to be going so deep within, it's going to then manifest itself outside as well. So in the world around you. And I think intuitively you probably can sense this. 2020 in general has just been so transformative, but it's like everything kind of comes to a head in December. All right, so the month starts off with Mercury and Sagittarius, right? And for you, that means you're going to be feeling extremely introspective and private. Okay, the beginning of the month for you is going to be where you're going to do a lot of inner work and you're going to have to get really quiet with yourself. Okay, so you got the Wheel of Fortune, the Hermit, and the King of Wands in the first row. And the Hermit is so fitting because this is really how I feel you're going to be kicking off the month. Is you're not going to kind of be out and about and busy and socializing. You're going to be turning inward. And you're going to really be channeling, embodying that hermit-like energy. Okay, this is the card of Virgo. So just very to yourself, kind of inward, not really socializing a whole lot. But it's in turning inward and kind of just being on your own for a little bit in the beginning of the month that you're going to gain so much perspective and insight and wisdom. Okay, there's a reason why you need to go inward and be a bit more introspective. And to others, that may seem like you're being private and like a hermit, but I think Capricorn just needs to get really quiet with themselves and kind of evaluate or reevaluate before they can move forward. They know that the next couple months are going to be huge. The eclipse is going to be really revealing for you on the 14th. Saturn enters Aquarius on the 17th. So not only is this going to draw your attention to comfort, security, but also finances. It's a huge, it's a huge focus area for you this month is your finances. Okay, the Great Conjunction happening on the 21st, it highlights a whole new cycle that you have with your finances. Okay, there can be huge breakthroughs. But the full moon at the very end of the month in your opposite sign of Cancer is going to reveal a whole other kind of truth. So a more emotional one, a more relationship focused one. Okay, there's going to be a lot of high emotions towards the end of the month as well. So I think Capricorn is just, you're beginning this month off very quiet, very on your own. You want to get your ducks in a row in order to feel confident and empowered and kind of ready to move forward with the King of Wands here. I often see Capricorn kind of as this King of Wands energy. I don't think Capricorns get enough credit for how passionate and kind of go-getter like they are, okay? I don't think a lot of people see that because they can be a bit more reserved and to themselves, and they don't always need to be quite loud in their achievements and things like that. Not that a King of Wands always does that or acts that way, but when a Capricorn embodies this King of Wands energy, when they figure out all of their stuff and they get organized, they feel so ready to kind of take on the world. And I feel like that's what's going to happen. You're going to get to a place in, as a result of turning inward and getting quiet, as a result of that, you're going to get to this place of motivation and ambition. It's like you're going to then feel ready for the rest of December and for next year, really. Like, because you know what the next couple of years is going to ask of you is a lot, in a good way. But you know you're almost going to have to embody this King of Wands energy to tackle everything that's going to come your way. And a lot of it is going to be financial opportunities and financial success and career growth, okay? A lot of it is going to be expansion of the mind as well. I think Capricorn is probably becoming more open-minded in a lot of ways. I think they're getting more comfortable with their emotions as well. So you got the Devil, the Ace of Swords, and the Two of Swords. So one, you're coming out within your own reading, which is to be expected. It's your season is kicking off this month, and I truly believe that once Capricorn kind of figures out their action plan almost, they are going to feel a lot more like themselves. And a lot more willing to tackle things that maybe they aren't conventionally comfortable with. So perhaps some more emotional matters. So when Mercury enters Capricorn on, I think about the 20th, you are going to be feeling a lot more expressive, okay? So you're going to have this period of quiet, but by about mid-month, you are going to be feeling more willing to communicate and more social. And I think that's what this Ace of Swords is here. Okay, you are going to have, I think, a conversation that is very revealing. It could also be a truth that you're sharing finally with someone else. Maybe they're expressing something towards you that you've been waiting for. Okay, but there's some sort of communication and truth that's revealed it's at the center of your reading, okay? So it's really significant and it's important to your growth and your journey. And it's like when Capricorn finally is ready to come out of hiding almost, I think you have this energy then to face this Ace of Swords. And for some reason, I'm feeling like it's really tied to an emotional matter. Like, I know career and finances are a point of focus, but so are relationships, right? Like that full moon in Cancer, your relationships, there's going to be like a bright shining light on them. So in that, you may discover that it's almost like I feel like you have this urge to say something and to communicate to someone. And with the Two of Swords here, I think it's going to bring you a lot of peace. And I think it's just going to reaffirm this Emperor, King of Wands, Capricorn-like energy. You are coming out as like such a boss this month. Which, yeah, it's, I guess, to be expected, right? With your birthday coming up. But I just feel like Capricorn is getting so prepared because they just know, they can sense all the changes, and maybe that's what happens during this full moon and right before it. I think you can sense that these huge transformations are coming, and I think you're feeling more in touch with your intuition as well. So speak your truth. Okay, embody the King of Wands and the Emperor, who is completely unafraid to say what needs to be said, okay? And Capricorn is like that too. When is Capricorn ever afraid to be blunt or to tell it like it is? They're one of the most honest signs. But I think in sharing this truth and being a little bit more expressive, okay, with whatever insight you gained in this more introspective time, whatever you gained in that space, I think you need to speak it. Like, I think it's going to spark something in you that you need to say. And it's going to have you feeling like the Emperor. Because when you do it, not only do you feel peace, but it's going to like set a whole series of events in motion with judgment. It's like a huge wake-up call for you. There's like this shift that you feel. Okay, Capricorn senses this coming. Okay, they feel it. And it's like you're preparing for that. And again, you know that these shifts and these changes are going to require you to be truthful and to be like the Emperor and the King of Wands and Capricorn. And the Hanged Man, this reading feels so fast-paced that I don't think it's about being patient or waiting. I really think it's about gaining this new perspective. Okay, this light here, the Hanged Man is upside down, and he gains this new insight, this new perspective, this new way of looking at things. And I think that's what you gained in this space here when you were embodying the Hermit. You're going to walk away from this quiet time so enlightened, and it's going to be really profound, and it's going to be really integral to your growth. And I think you need to hold on to whatever knowledge you learn in that time. Kind of hang on to it and move forward with it, kind of with you there in your pocket. Your oracle cards were the Cosmic Heart, Devotion, Potency, Make Your Life a Moving Prayer. Yeah, you're going to have to really... I think Capricorn is going to have to listen to their heart in a very important way. And that might sound cheesy. And I actually don't think that's always easy for Capricorn to do. But maybe it's in this quiet space that you can really get to the root of your heart's desire, or become more vulnerable with yourself and more emotional about something. And it's going to like create this flow in your life, okay? You could be developing a more healthy relationship with your own emotions. You also got, I always trust the direction of the universe and know I'm being guided. I think that's really nice for December with all the changes happening, okay? Like, I know change can be scary sometimes, but it's important to remember that you are being guided, and the change is only happening for your highest good, right? Might seem a bit like jarring at first, but it always ends up leading to good places. So let's clarify these. So the Wheel of Fortune, got the Nine of Cups. Yeah, you're on the right path, Capricorn. You're gonna receive kind of everything you've been dreaming up inside your head. Hermit. Too many. Hermit. Five of Swords. King of Wands. Four of Wands, clarifying the King of Wands. Devil. Devil. One card. Got Strength. Ace of Swords. This one here. Yeah, the Queen of Cups. Yeah, what did I say earlier? It's so tied to your emotional expression, this truth. The Two of Swords. Got the Five of Cups. The Emperor. The Page of Swords. More truths. Judgment. Queen of Wands. Wow, so much wand energy. The Hangman. The Hangman. Hierophant. Yeah. This, like, I feel like you learn something monumental in the space that you are more quiet, or in the time that you're a bit more quiet. So the Nine of Cups, clarifying the Wheel of Fortune, these changes that you are sensing, I think you know that they're leading you here. The Nine of Cups. The reason why things maybe feel a little scary and uncertain and not as secure as maybe a Capricorn would like is because it is shifting. Everything is shifting, but it's shifting to bring you this Nine of Cups. So trust the change that's happening right now. Trust that it's going to bring you closer to everything you've ever wanted. And be very meticulous and precise in what you ask for and what you want and what you work towards. And when you're feeling up for communicating finally and expressing a truth, be very precise in the words that you use. Like, just be purposeful. Be very purposeful in your communication, okay? Don't be afraid to ask for exactly what you want. Be as detailed as possible, okay? The Five of Swords, clarifying the Hermit. This to me, the first thing I thought of when I saw this was like kind of like, so whenever these cards come out in this deck specifically with these crows representing like these swords, it's always for me anyway, this loud inner chatter, almost like that voice inside your head that tries to convince you of something that's not true. So if in this space where you are, no matter what, regardless, you're going to be gaining a whole lot and a whole lot of wisdom. But if in that space you kind of feel kind of like the person in this card, try not to be too hard on yourself and try not to let any negative self-talk win. Okay, you may need to get more vulnerable, and maybe that is a bit painful, but it's not going to last very long. And it's going to lead you to this like light here. Okay, just don't let, because sometimes when things are so quiet, like your mind can kind of go into overdrive. Don't let that happen. Don't let it drive you crazy, these thoughts. Because you may be thinking about a whole bunch of things, and you may be going like worst case scenario, like, oh, what if all this change doesn't lead me great places? Okay, it's going to. Just try and ground yourself. The Four of Wands, clarifying the King of Wands. You're going to leave this space, this more introspective phase at the beginning of the month, feeling extremely secure the way that you like. Okay? You're going to feel stable, and you're going to finally, like I said before, have a vision. It's like you're going to come out and know what to do. And you're going to understand more what your future looks like and what you have to kind of chase after, and kind of the steps you need to take. It's like Capricorn can finally catch like this glimpse. And I think it's going to fuel you, and I think it's going to serve, it's going to have you feeling very passionate. And it's probably what's going to lead you to feel probably a lot like the King of Wands. So quite energetic. You got Strength, clarifying the Devil. So in this time of great change, Capricorn, I want you to remember that the comfort and the security, all of that, it's gonna come, okay? And I want you to really find your strength in this time, because I think you're gonna have phases and pockets where you feel really uncertain, and I think you're gonna doubt yourself. So maybe try and remember this spark, okay, this flame of passion here. Remember that you always find a way to make it work, Capricorn. Even if you feel uncertain and overwhelmed, you always find your comfort and your security in the end. And it's because you have such a strong foundation just as a person. You have the Queen of Cups clarifying the Ace of Swords. So just to add on to what I was saying earlier, don't also have strength when you need to speak this truth. I do think it's coming from you. I think you're going to discover that you need to be really vulnerable and you need to get really real. And it could be with someone, with yourself, but you are going to have to be extremely vulnerable, and that is probably going to feel really uncomfortable for you. Okay, but high emotions, right? There's something that needs to be expressed, and it's deeply tied to your emotional fulfillment, what you want, like in your heart, what your heart wants. Okay, the Queen of Cups is so expressive of her emotions and her intuition, and she's so strong in that. He, she, whatever. But the Queen of Cups has a way of being just so truthful and honest about matters of the heart, and she just has such a strength in that. Like, that's her strength. And so, speaking of strength, you're going to have to find that as well. And it will bring peace. But I think Capricorn's just going to feel really uncomfortable. And so that might cause you to kind of hesitate a bit, maybe to pull away. And you may even reflect back on kind of past things and past disappointments where you were kind of left feeling maybe where the emotional truth wasn't reciprocated. But it's not going to be like that this time around. It's not. In expressing this truth, you're going to feel so much better, one, but two, you're going to reach like a new level of enlightenment. It's like you're finally going to understand how you operate in terms of your emotions and your expression. Okay, a really important part of your expression is being like exposed here, and you're being forced to face it. And in finally facing it, you kind of reach this new level. And then you're ready to tackle all the other stuff, right? I'm kind of going backwards here, but it's just kind of flowing that way. The Queen of Wands clarifying judgment. Like, the Queen of Wands is another energy that just is completely confident in their expression, right? They're blunt, they're truthful, they're extremely like wear your heart on your sleeve. They don't care. Because they kind of got everything they need on their own. And it's like, okay, well, if you don't like it, then that's fine, but I'm going to live in my truth anyway and tell you. So I think Capricorn is finding that, like that sense of security. Like, we can have material security all we want, but we also need to be secure in ourselves and our emotions and how we express that. And the Page of Swords clarifying the Emperor is like, this expression of truth and this kind of fearlessness to share your knowledge and share what you've learned in this quiet space, and just kind of be unapologetic about it and very carefree about it, like a Page of Swords. It's like that's the missing piece to be this fully realized emperor. So figure out what your truth is, the missing part of that truth, and just share it. Express it, even if it's really scary. Okay, I know easier said than done, but I think Capricorn, I think you're going to see that. You're going to get like this glimpse, right? This like flame of how rewarding it's going to be. Like, okay, you're going to get a hint earlier in the month that it's going to pay off and that it's safe to be yourself. All right, Capricorn, that is everything for the month of December. Again, happy birthday to the December Capricorns. Have an amazing month. I wish you nothing but the best, and I will see you next month. Take care. Hello, Aquarius. Right off the bat, it feels like Aquarius is having an emotional breakthrough this month. There's so much water and cup energy here. You have Temperance, the Two of Cups, and the Star, followed by the Ten of Cups, and then you also got the Three of Cups right down here. And I feel like Aquarius is becoming really comfortable in their vulnerability and in their emotions in a really brand new way. It almost feels like with Temperance here that you're finally getting what you've been giving. And for some of you, you're going to realize that you're getting a lot because you've been giving a lot. But for some of you, I think I have just this urge to say that maybe if you aren't getting enough at the moment, maybe it's because you haven't been open enough and you haven't been giving enough either. I usually don't see Temperance that way, but I'm seeing it as very give and get. Then you have the Two of Cups over here, which is this really great emotional connection. And it can be a friendship, can be a romantic interest, can be even a family member. Friendships are going to be really important for you this month, regardless, because the eclipse that happens on the 14th is actually happening in your 11th house, which is the house of friendships, connections, common interests. So it feels like there's a really significant connection at the forefront here, and a really important relationship. It could be someone maybe that brings out this emotional, watery energy. It's someone who you can be vulnerable with, or you've learned that you can be vulnerable with them. And the Star I'm seeing here as kind of representing this calm after the storm, right? Because after the Tower comes a Star. And this person is immersing themselves in this water again, similar to Temperance over here. It's like you're finally able to bask in this water, in this love, and in this vulnerability. And in addition to the Star, which is your dreams coming true after this battle, or it seems like you're finally done with something. You struggle a bit, I think, midway through the month to really maybe let it go. But it feels like by the end of the month, it's done. And you're able to sort of flip that page and move forward from that. And it could even be just an old way of being, of expressing yourself, of sharing your emotions, maybe being too guarded, maybe being too guarded with a certain individual. But it's like the Star is reinforcing that after this, after finally being done, it's all going to be okay. And then that happens because you are basking in this emotion and this feeling of kind of getting everything that you want, or getting everything that you've ever wished for. The Ten of Cups here tells me the exact same thing almost. That when you invest that much emotion and that much care into someone or something, something that just speaks to your heart, really. When you invest that much, like a 10 of Cups level of investment, you get it back tenfold, literally tenfold. And to me, this is telling me that you are getting it back. If you've worked this year to express yourself better, to share your emotions better, then you're going to be getting that in return in December. And it could even happen around the eclipse, maybe mid-month, the 14th. The month begins with Venus in Scorpio, trining Neptune in Pisces. So there is already, right when December begins, this intensity. And I feel like you're going to actually be kind of okay with that. I think it's mirroring how you're feeling inside. The Four of Pentacles in the middle. Well, when I first looked at it, when I first saw this card, I just noticed that the coin that this man here, or this person here, is holding is covering their chest. It's covering their heart. And for me, the Four of Pentacles is always hanging on a little too tightly to something, like an old way of being, an old way of doing something. Is Aquarius holding on too tightly to something? To their security, an older sense of self that maybe they need to let go of? I don't want you to make all this amazing progress and then hesitate and maybe step back from it because who knows, maybe you get scared. Maybe that vulnerability kind of shakes you a bit. You kind of curl up and kind of turn away a bit. It's going to be different for everyone, but try not to do all of this and share all of these emotions and finally feel so comfortable in some emotional breakthrough to then take a step back from it and let fear talk you out of it. And what brings you there might even be almost focusing maybe too much on small little details that don't actually really matter. The Three of Wands here, and it almost came out reversed, but I almost feel like I need to advise you to maybe keep seeing things from that amazing Aquarius point of view, which is so grand and large, and keep wishing for everything. Aquariuses are not scared to ask for the impossible or to achieve the impossible. If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be an Aquarius. But I find that when it comes to things such as, and I hate when people say that Aquariuses don't have emotion. They have so much emotion. They just need to feel that they're giving it to the right person, or that they're if they're going to do it, that it's going to be returned, right? They want to give, but they want to get that back in return too sometimes. So the same way that you are a visionary and innovative, and you have this ability to look at things from such a high vantage point, and just that inner confidence, I want you to channel that with whatever this situation here is, whether it's a person, a choice you need to make, a friendship, a group of friends. It can be, it's going to be something though that's really, really close to your heart. So just ask yourself maybe what that is. And then the Three of Cups here is just celebrations and almost like an exhale. I feel relief when I see this Three of Cups here. It's almost like, oh, finally, okay. After all of this, after all of that, I can finally just relax and breathe and exhale. And after that big storm, I can have a glass of wine with my friends or enjoy great conversation with my friends or with this special person. Whatever that heart connection is here, I want you to let yourself bask in that a bit, because I think you deserve it. I feel like Aquarius is extremely in touch with their intuition as well. I don't know if I said that already, but with that emotion and that vulnerability, of course, comes that intuition, right? And that inner knowing. And the High Priestess just affirms all of that, right? You got the Queen of Swords as well at the bottom of the deck. And I've always seen the Queen of Swords as the more emotional of the air signs. I picture Libra, right? Kind of a bit more emotional, a bit more comfortable in expressing those emotions. So I feel like that's the energy that you're channeling this month. is more of that soft, honest, intuitive, caring side of yourself. That side of Aquarius that not everyone is fortunate enough to see. Yeah, I think you're learning that listening to this inner knowing and that being vulnerable and exchanging with someone that you care about in whatever way wins. And it's more important than any of the past hurts that you had to go through, right? This to me feels like a complete shift as well in the way you're going to approach future relationships and friendships and just the way you're going to be in the world. Which seems very fitting with the Great Conjunction happening on December 21st. Right? Freedom, it's meeting restriction at this time, right? It's a new age of freedom and of truth. And I think you're figuring out what your emotional truth is. And how exactly you express your own emotions and your feelings. All right, I'm going to clarify these. Let's clarify temperance. I'll give these one more shuffle, actually. Clarify temperance. Yeah, so the Queen of Pentacles, clarify temperance, yeah. It's like they both have their eyes shut in these in the imagery, and they look so at peace. And I mean, the Queen of Pentacles is one of the most nurturing signs of the Zodiac, right? That's Virgo. We have the Knight of Wands, clarifying the Two of Cups. Star. King of Swords, clarifying the Star. And I kept seeing the King of Swords in the pre-shuffle. Kept trying to peek out. I have the Knight of Pentacles clarifying the Ten of Cups. The Two of Wands clarifying the Four of Pentacles. Yeah. Three of Wands. We have the Nine of Pentacles. So many Pentacles as well. This tells me that you're feeling very grounded even if you are a little bit scared. Three of Cups. Have the Three of Wands, the Six of Swords, clarifying the Three of Cups. Three of Wands again. High Priestess. Four of Pentacles again. And the Ten of Swords. The Queen of Cups. Yeah. Wow. So beautiful. And then the star again, the bottom of the deck. Yeah, so I think you're really going to need to just take a breath and really give that nurturing and show that very nurturing side of Aquarius, either to yourself, with another individual. But the Queen of Pentacles, she always gives without expecting anything in return. So maybe that's also a bit of the cautionary tale, if you will, here, is that sometimes we can give and we can show emotion and we don't always need to have it returned, at least not in the exact same way. And that can be scary. But people have very different ways of demonstrating their care and their love, right? So it's going to take a lot of confidence, the confidence that that Queen of Pentacles has, which is very quiet. It's more of an inner knowing type of confidence. And I think you're just going to have to roll with that. Because the Queen of Pentacles is almost like a really good balance here, I think, because the Queen of Pentacles is very rational, like an Aquarius. I actually see a lot of similarities between, the archetype I'm thinking of is a Virgo, between Virgos and Aquariuses, right? I see a lot of similarities because a Virgo can be, or a Queen of Pentacles can be very analytical and very rational and very logical, but they are also extremely emotional under the surface and extremely generous and giving. And Aquariuses don't get enough credit for how generous and nurturing they are, in my opinion. They take care of you. An Aquarius is the one who orders all the food for everyone at a party, at a get-together. They are the ones you can call in the middle of the night and they will show up and be there for you. So I think you just need to be more in touch with that side of yourself. And I know this year has been really hard, so maybe you felt as of late that you couldn't always show that side of yourself and be very relaxed in your emotions and your vulnerability and how nurturing you are. But this reading is telling me that it's safe to be that way in December and from here on out. So you have the Knight of Wands clarifying the Two of Cups. And so I feel like this can be maybe the connection, the relationship, the friendship involves a sort of Knight of Wands energy. Someone really playful and carefree, and they can really love music, maybe even. I don't know why I feel the need to say that. But they're bringing out that side of you. Again, kind of what I was saying earlier, because they're so open, it almost, it makes you feel safe and able to be the same way. And the King of Swords here, clarifying the star, is very clearly telling me that you can still be this King of Swords Aquarius energy, and you can also still have all of that emotion underneath. You don't have to just pick one. You don't always have to be the King of Swords. It's okay sometimes to channel more of the Queen of Swords energy, or more of a Queen of Pentacles energy, a Star energy. But both of these people in these cards seem very, very at peace. And they're mostly alone. But it's because I think you need to figure this out. This emotional breakthrough, whatever that is, I think you need to figure it out on your own first. Get comfortable in that in order to really be able to grab this Ten of Cups. You have the Knight of Pentacles clarifying the Ten of Cups. So if you have to be a bit more slow in your grabbing or acceptance of this Ten of Cups, that's okay. And if you are channeling more of that watery, earthy energy as it seems to be showing up for you, then that makes sense. Sometimes air signs can be very quick, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. And I think that's just because they usually know right away. Or they're okay with finding out later. But I think you're going to be taking on, again, more of this Virgo earth energy, but you're on your way there. You are walking directly towards that Ten of Cups. And it's okay if you're walking a little more slowly. Because again, I think there's something, you're almost hesitating a little bit. And maybe that's what's making you approach it a bit more slowly and cautiously. But I don't think you have to worry, because I think you're going to get there anyway. And then the Two of Wands clarifying the Four of Coins. She's kind of looking outside her window. She has a globe there by her feet. Look at the difference. You have someone completely almost closed off and hanging on so tight, to someone being very open and almost fearless in their imagination. And this person here is envisioning their future. They see it. They might not have it quite yet. They might need to be a little more cautious in getting there, but they see it. So you need to channel this energy, right? This mountaintop, high vantage point, Aquarius energy. Because just because you're feeling more vulnerable and emotional doesn't mean you forget that part of yourself either, right? Then you have the Nine of Pentacles here clarifying the Three of Wands. And the Nine of Pentacles for me has always been someone's just very confident and comfortable in independence and their solitude. Very similar to an Aquarius. So again, you're going to have to be really confident about this new mindset or way of expressing yourself. You're going to have to be really confident in that. And you're going to have to believe in it. Because it feels really, really close to your heart. And almost to the point where you're like scared to, and maybe you're clinging so tightly because you're almost like scared that the world is going to take it away. And so you're staying in this more independent, like alone energy, right? But it is safe to come out. It is safe to show your heart and be vulnerable. Clarifying the Three of Cups, you have the Three of Wands again and the Six of Swords. So I think a part of the reason why you're struggling to see or maybe reach this sort of completion with what's going on here is because one, I think you are a little scared, but I think that might be because of something that happened in your past. And it's almost like you have these two paths in front of you here. Like, okay, am I gonna let myself be carried away into this negative mindset that's alone and dark and stormy? The type of water that's drowning and not comforting or not full of love. Or are you going to take the other route that's full of light and opportunities and expansion? There's something you need to cut ties with in order to reach this really celebratory event or moment. And again, you're gonna get there. You're gonna get there, but it might just be a bit more not so quick. I feel like Aquarius is used to that quick energy. And then the Four of Pentacles is clarifying the High Priestess. If you're going to cling to anything this month, cling to the people around you who love you. And cling to the little things that bring you closer to that star feeling, right? That abundant energy of emotions and just love. Cling to that. And cling to your inner knowing. Not all the past hurt and the stuff that's making you hesitate and forget your confidence almost. Don't cling to that stuff. I want you to cling to this energy right here. Listen to your intuition. What is it telling you? I think it's telling you that it's safe. It's safe for you to feel everything that you feel. And everything that you're feeling is valid. And it's going to lead you somewhere really, really special. Like, so special. Like, pure joy special. Then finally we have the Queen of Cups, clarifying the Ten of Swords. So much emotion. The Queen of Cups won't always pour all this love into just anything or into just anyone. But when she does, all of these little swords, like, no, it's just not even, like, that doesn't even faze the Queen of Cups. You need to get this comfortable, this level of comfortable in everything that you're feeling. And the moment you do that is the moment that this is finally over and it's finally done. And you can just wash it away. Literally, just wash it away. I think Aquarius knows exactly what they want, and I think they know exactly what they have to do. I think they're just being very cautious, and something that they're hanging on to is telling them that they can't be this, but you can be this, and you will be. I'm very confident that you're going to end up here, which is full of love and feeling free to give love. You may be a little cautious, you may hang on, you may stumble a little bit, because you may be clinging too tightly to something, but you're going to get there. You're definitely going to get there. All right, Aquarius, have an amazing December. It's a really, really big month. The Great Conjunction on December 21st, the eclipse on the 14th, and then the month ends with a full moon in Capricorn on the 31st. So many changes to our structure, a lot of intensity, but it's all going to be okay. All right, thank you so much for watching. I will see you next month. Take care. Hello, Pisces. So right away, I'm seeing that I think Pisces is working, or has been working, really, really hard on themselves. And I think they're in the middle of a transformation, but I'm not sure that they actually can see that. We have the Eight of Pentacles here, Judgment, and the Queen of Cups in the first row. So to me, that's telling me that Pisces has their head down, they're working really hard, but I don't see this in sort of the traditional sense of, Eight of Pentacles I feel is often associated with hard work, almost like work in the workplace, right? But this feels like inner work. I think Pisces this year especially has just been forced to turn inward. And I don't know that you're seeing in December just how far you've come this year and how much inner work you've really done. But it's a lot. And you might get this wake-up call, but I more so am seeing judgment as Pisces is the Queen of Cups, even if they don't see that. You've completely transformed inside, even if you don't feel that way on the outside. Does that make sense? The Queen of Cups, it's like almost like you've done all this hard work and then you've come out on the other side as the Queen of Cups. You've won. You've won the battle. I think you've gone through a lot of really hard things this year. Things that were a wake-up call, things that really made you question who you are. If you can trust the people around you, if they're genuine, if they have good intentions. All of these things you've gone through, all of these wake-up calls over the past year, more, they've made you into who you are, which is the beautiful Queen of Cups. Male or female, doesn't matter. And the High Priestess here, it's telling me that you're closer to your intuition now, maybe than you have been in a really long time. And I think whatever you've gone through, it almost like numbed you and it shut you down. Like you kind of just kept your head down and you kept pushing through. And you didn't really make time to feel. And you didn't really have time to feel. But the High Priestess is telling me that that's okay now. Like, you're okay and safe now to feel everything. And you almost feel like you're in a place now where you finally can. And it'll be healthy and productive. I think you're just coming back to who you are and yourself. And I think you feel a lot more like yourself now than you have all year. Okay, it almost feels like there's this culmination in December where it's kind of like an exhale, like this relief, like finally. Like Pisces finally feels like Pisces again. So I see you as the Queen of Cups, but I actually see this Queen of Wands as someone else. So this could be someone around you. It could be a fire sign. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. It could also just be someone who really embodies that passionate, fiery, fiercely loyal, almost like that really badass energy. Whoever they are, I think they really see you as someone so special and so in touch with their emotions in a way that's different than the way that they are in touch with their own emotions. They're kind of side glancing and they see you as this High Priestess here. Super intuitive, maybe even mysterious, kind of to yourself. Maybe I think you've been very to yourself this past year, and I think they've noticed that. but it's like you're finally coming out. And they're like, yes, finally, I've been waiting for Pisces. This can be romantic. It doesn't have to be. It can be platonic. It can be a really special friendship. It can be a family member. But it's someone that Pisces deeply cares about. Queen of Cups is like looking down right directly at the Queen of Wands. You really care about them. And I think it's almost like you're so glad they waited, or you're so glad they've believed in you for so long, because you needed it, because you almost didn't believe in yourself. I think this person has seen you through a lot of dark times, especially in the past year. And the Seven of Swords here is just, I don't really see it as deception really, or nothing like that. I'm seeing it more as, well, I guess deception, but more of deception of self. So don't deceive yourself here. Don't retreat back into this space here. Like, I know this can be productive, the Eight of Pentacles, but sometimes it's too much, especially when we've stayed there too long. It's almost telling me that you need to look up every now and again. I think Virgo also got these cards. It's like, don't keep your head down for too long. This person's looking up and kind of behind them, right? And then we have the Ace of Swords, the Ace of Wands, and the Two of Cups. So for some reason, I first noticed how the Ace of Swords and the Ace of Wands they're kind of like facing each other like this. It's almost like, here's my offer, here's my offer. And I'm associating the Ace of Wands with you. I think this is you. And it's almost like your truth, or this conversation or offer, is meeting someone else's. And I'm going to associate it with the Queen of Wands because it's directly beneath the Queen of Wands. And it's almost like you've both gone kind of on separate paths, and it's like you've both finally joined, and you're both finally meeting, and you're finally hearing each other's languages. I know the Ace of Swords isn't often associated with a water sign or with Pisces, but Pisces can be extremely honest. And I think after everything you've gone through, that's kind of all you know how to be now, is honest. But I feel like whoever this other person is, you're bringing to the table the exact same value that they are as well. Feels like a really good balance here between two people, like a really nice meeting in the middle. And the Two of Cups is just reinforcing that. It's like complete and utter equality and balance, give and take. It feels really healthy. And it feels really special and sacred. It feels like a sacred connection, actually. And you deserve it. I feel like you've gone through so much. I just feel relief when I look at these cards down here. But don't get too stuck in the past. I know what you went through was probably traumatic in some ways, but try your best to look forward and not backward. Because the more you look backwards, the more you're going to, or the more easily you're going to be able to deceive yourself, right? And maybe convince yourself that you don't deserve something or don't deserve this offer or this special connection. But you do. And then for your oracle cards, you got, the moment I realign with love, clear direction is presented to me. Wow. Yeah. It's like, don't get caught up in this and the difficulty that you went through. Like, be thankful for it in the sense that it brought you here and it taught you so much, but realign with love. That's this here. And the moment you do that, and the moment you allow yourself to have this, is when it's going to appear. Or the moment you accept that you deserve it, it's going to appear. And that's what it feels like. Clear direction is presented to me. It's like poof, out of thin air. It's like out of nowhere. It's just like so, it works out so well. It's such a clear offer. It's such a clear connection. It's so obvious that the connection's there and that it's strong and enduring and special. And then you got a new earth. It's happening. Keep holding the vision. And then trust the timing. Trust the wave you came in on. Time is not running out. Yeah, it's like trust that what you went through happened in order to bring you here. And it is happening. Keep holding the vision. Yeah, keep looking up and ahead. Not backward. Not down. All right. I'm going to clarify these. This needs to come out. 9 of Pentacles. These are just not wanting to shuffle. My goodness. All right. So one more maybe for the 8 of Pentacles. Yeah, 6 of Wands. What did I say? You won this battle. You are victorious here. It was all for a reason. Queen of Cups. Queen of Cups. 10 of Wands. Yep, the battle is over. High Priestess. Wow, this is such a great reading. Queen of Wands. Page of Wands. 7 of Swords. And you got the Five of Cups here was in reverse at the bottom of the deck too. And I saw that too as kind of like a, you have more than you think you do. Ace of Swords. Ten of Pentacles. Yes. Ace of Wands. Eight of Wands. Wow. And the Two of Cups. Ooh. Four of Wands. Oh my goodness. The Hermit. Yeah, I think you've been a bit of a hermit. It's your opposite, Virgo. Right, so, okay. First of all, this is just such a good reading. Okay, so you have the Lovers and the Nine of Pentacles clarifying the Eight of Pentacles here. And so, a couple things. I often really enjoy the Nine of Pentacles. Sort of like that independent, think Virgo, earth energy, right? Like someone who's super content and happy on their own. But in connection here to the Eight of Pentacles, I'm seeing it as, if you, like, that's fine. I know it's fine. Sometimes we need that space and to just keep our heads down and kind of just be on our own, right? But I'm seeing it as, if you spend too long in that space, you're going to miss this. You're going to miss it if you keep your head down too long. And by it, I mean the Lovers and this connection here, or this friendship, or this offer. And the Six of Wands, clarifying Judgment, is, yeah, it's telling me that no matter how difficult what you went through was, you 100% came out the other end on top, and you came out victorious, and you came out the winner, if you will. And it was really hard, but you're standing. You got up. And I feel like you're kind of coming back to your sense of imagination and creativity, and inspiration. I think you're feeling inspired. The Ten of Wands is kind of once again telling me that you've walked this really long and difficult journey, but you're almost better for having done it, because it brought you to yourself. It brought you back to yourself. And it's telling me too that that battle that you won it because it's over. So you don't have to think about that anymore. You don't have to stay in that space anymore. I think Pisces is feeling just super emotional, but in like such a great way. I think they've missed feeling that. Ace of Cups is like the purest form of love, right? And it's often self-love. you truly were brought back to who you really are, and you were reminded of your emotional capacity and how wonderful that is. Pisces, man, I sometimes wish I could understand emotions the way a Pisces does and express emotions in a way that Pisces does. You really are, you're feeling intuitive, you're feeling just a lot of love, and a lot of it could also be coming from this person or the people around you. You're just, I think you're feeling really supported, and it's kind of been a long time coming, like you've missed that. And we have the Page of Wands clarifying the Queen of Wands. So I think, I don't know, maybe they're bringing you, maybe this person is kind of reminding you of a more childlike feeling inside of yourself. Or maybe they possess that, and so they're bringing it out in you. But it's like this really carefree energy that this person is bringing, either bringing or bringing out of you. But I'm just seeing a whole lot of new beginnings and kind of like that childlike wonder. Kind of like that feeling of like butterflies that you get when you have like one of those like puppy love crushes or something. I'm not saying that's what this is. I'm just saying it seems to me like you feel that maybe when you're with this person, or maybe when you receive whatever this offer is. It's almost like a sense of innocence to it. I think because this relationship or connection is super pure, and it's kind of like the real deal. So it makes sense that would be, you'd be feeling that way. So the Five of Cups here is telling me that, once again, not to think about what you don't have. You need to look up, look at all the beautiful stars here in this image. Look at and focus on this full cup of love that she has right there beside her. Okay, that's where you need to turn your energy, and not on sort of like this emptiness, and kind of just like working just to work, and kind of being alone just to be alone, you know? Don't let the darkness of the past and the difficulties of the past year convince you that you don't have love in front of you and surrounding you. You did not come this far just to pass up on whatever this amazing thing is. No. You came this far to get here, which is the beautiful Ten of Pentacles, which is everything you've ever wanted. It's the family, it's the house, it's the job, it's the promotion, it's the financial security. Whatever this truth is and this conversation is, I think you're being really honest, and I think it's going to lead you wonderful places, which is Ten of Pentacles. It's So just focus on this energy and not this dark kind of drowning negativity. Because if you focus on that, you're not going to get to this Ten of Pentacles here. But I truly think whoever this Queen of Wands is, they're really going to help you get here. It's almost like they're going to like stop you from getting pulled back into this state of mind. They're going to remind you that no, like, what do you mean? Like, no, we have so much other things we could be doing. Let's go have fun. Let's enjoy ourselves. And then the Eight of Wands, clarifying the Ace of Wands. Yeah, it's like, this is so quick. Like, the moment you can pull yourself out of that, it's like, it's just like nonstop, the blessings. And I think to you, this Ace of Wands is going to feel very rapid because your head was down for so long. So maybe you didn't realize that, like, it was kind of always there. It's just now you're finally reaching out to take it. So it's going to feel really fast and like, oh my gosh, what's happening? But don't let that scare you. It's just, it means it's right. I know change can be scary, especially when, like, so many things are happening this month. Jupiter enters Aquarius on December 19th. Jupiter and Saturn are aligning on December 21st. So there is already, just by default, going to be so much change. But the moment we act fearful of that, or act fearful towards that, it's just we're gonna make everything more difficult, right? So we can't be scared of that change. I think we've earned it. I think we've earned the happiness after such a difficult year. You have the Four of Wands, which is beautiful, clarifying the Two of Cups. Like this, what more could you want here? Four of Wands is just ultimate security and, yeah, support. I think this person is just, they are your safety net. This connection, you feel just so secure in it. And it provides that foundation for you to build on, right? I think this is going to be so kind of irresistible. That's not the right word that I'm looking for, but it's going to kind of be like, how can you not accept this? How can you not just reach out and grab this, right? It's going to be that special, which is nice because then it won't really pass you by, Pisces, because I think no matter what, you're going to see how awesome it is. Yeah, there's a lot of this like playful and like carefree wand energy. Look at these people. They're just like having the best time. They look so free. So I think that's how you're feeling, and I think that's how you're gonna feel by the end of December, if not at the very beginning. It's happening. Keep holding the vision. Trust the wave you came in on. Time is not running out. And the moment I realign with love, clear direction is presented to me. It's going to be super clear, Pisces. So don't worry. And just look around you, look up, and really take notice of who's been there for you all along through all of those super dark, rough moments, okay? Pay attention to that and move towards that and those people, and you'll be okay. All right. Have an amazing December, Pisces. Take care. So I think Aries is going to be participating in quite a bit of collaboration in the month of December. I think you're going to be really social. I think you're going to be working quite a bit alongside colleagues. Could even be family members. But there's a lot of social activity and collaborative energy. Got the Three of Pentacles and the Three of Cups. Okay, the Three of Pentacles to start off your reading, and then the Three of Cups at the center of your reading. So this does make sense. The great conjunction that is happening this month on the 21st, it's happening in your 11th house of community, friends. So there is a lot of activity. And I think the opinions of the people around you are going to be really important to weigh maybe alongside your own. Okay, there's going to be other opinions and other people that you're going to have to take into consideration moving forward in December. And you could feel a lot of energy in terms of work. You could be getting a lot of projects. You could be getting a new project and a new team, maybe. Maybe it's a promotion. But I think Aries is really channeling this Page of Swords energy. So you're feeling quick-witted. You have a lot of ideas, new, fresh ideas. And you're communicating them really well with the Page of Swords. And you also got the Ace of Swords. And I think the key for you is going to be really communicating well with others, especially, and just sticking to your truth, which Aries is good at. They aren't afraid of being blunt. And they're not ever really afraid of the truth. It kind of just comes naturally to an Aries. I feel like there's going to be a, not a wake-up call, but almost just like a new reality and a really big shift. And I feel like it's going to be tied to both work and your friendships and your social life with Judgment. And I think this new collaboration could be a new business partner, a new business venture. It's going to have a really profound effect on your life. And in turn, it's going to impact the people around you in your relationships and your connections. And it seems to me like you're starting off the month with a lot of this social, collaborative energy. And you're feeling very confident with the Page of Swords. But if things start to change and shift, I don't want you to pull back and hesitate. Okay, sometimes when rapid change does happen, which is to be expected this December, just 2020 in general, we can sometimes recoil at that. And we can let that inner chatter distract us from all the progress we're making and all that momentum. I think there's a lot of momentum for you this month, but you may have to quiet your mind a bit with the Two of Swords. you may have to quiet your mind a bit and kind of get quiet. Get really quiet with yourself if you need to. And if you need to reevaluate, if you're having trouble maybe expressing a concern that you have, and you're maybe confused, about how to do so, maybe to express a concern, just get really quiet with yourself. I think if you can maybe just meditate and get quiet, go for a walk, exercise, whatever it is that you use to quiet your mind down, do that if you need to. And once you quiet your mind, I think you'll better be able to listen to your intuition or your gut. Because I don't want you to lose this momentum that you have at the beginning of the month. It's like there's this confidence and there's this big shift that happens, and then it almost causes you to pause. And I feel like it causes you to hide a little bit. But I think you have a really good circle of people around you. And whoever this new team is, it doesn't have to be a new team, but whoever this team is that you're working with quite a bit in December, I think they're going to pull you out of that. And I also think Aries is going to realize that they don't need to stay in this uncertain space, because they have all of the support that they need around them with the Three of Cups. And I think the closer you are with your community and your friends and your team, where you're making this vision a reality, the more you're going to feel like the Empress. And this new venture or project is going to bring you closer to yourself and that more intuitive, nurturing side of yourself that kind of just is so confident and so content because they have everything that they need, right? And it's like that sense of like excitement and novelty. And you know that excitement you get when you're about to start a new project? That's what I feel when I hold the Empress here. So hang on to that feeling and not this this kind of like, this feels like chaos, like when your thoughts are so chaotic you can't really distinguish left from right. Don't second guess this, because it feels really good. There could be, with the Ace of Swords, there could be this a truth that comes to the forefront as a result of this collaboration, this teamwork, this opportunity. And it seems like it's a really honest conversation, but it seems like it's a productive one. You have the Seven of Swords and then Temperance as well in the bottom row. So the more honest you can be with yourself about this situation, that probably involves a group of people that you care about deeply and that you work really well with, the more honest you can be with yourself, and the more honest you can be with others, the less space there is to then deceive yourself or, of course, to deceive others, right?
feel like the Seven of Swords is telling me that you don't be afraid to say something. I feel like Aries is hesitating to maybe bring up a topic, or maybe there's a logistical element that you're a bit uncertain about. Let's say it's a business venture, a new business venture with a couple people. There's almost something that's nagging at Aries, and they feel like they need to say it. But I think that they're hesitating to say it. So be honest, stick with honesty, say it, just speak it, and I think it's gonna be fine because you have Temperance here. It's gonna bring balance. It's only gonna bring a sense of peace. Maybe it's really nagging at you. But I think if you don't express it, you're just gonna end up hanging on to it for a while, and it'll end up kind of eating away at you. The Ace of Swords is here. You have nothing to worry about in terms of honesty. Okay, you're both going to get and receive honesty, and you're going to be very honest with those around you, and that's where the change is going to happen. That's when you're going to receive rewards. This is the universe giving you a gift because you stuck to your truth. And it could be that you're hesitant because maybe something in your past, maybe you've done something similar in your past where you were honest and somebody didn't take it so well. But I don't think this group of people or this team is going to take it in a bad way or negatively. So channel the Empress energy and just be really patient and just kind of sit in your power and your knowing, okay? Because the more confident you are about something, others then sense that, right? Others can pick up on that. For your oracle cards, you got the Courageous Peony, multifaceted, unique nature, let yourself be seen. Yeah. Let yourself be seen and also let your truth be heard. You're probably showing those closest to you a completely new side of yourself. And maybe that's why you're a little in your head about it. But it's going to be well received. You're the Empress, right? And then you also got, the moment I realign with love, clear direction is presented to me. Yeah, it's like the moment you align yourself with this team and this truth and this kind of new way of doing things, everything else is kind of clear as day. There may be a moment where you kind of hesitate a little bit, but it's quite clear that Aries succeeds in the end. With the Empress, the Ace of Swords, and Temperance, okay? You are, by the end of the month, going to reach a sense of culmination and peace and just balance, okay? There's going to be give and take here. All right, let's clarify these. So let's clarify the Three of Pentacles. The Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, whatever this new venture is, it's definitely meant to be for you. And it's going to trigger, it's going to kind of have a domino effect in your life. A good one. Page of Swords. Ten of Pentacles, clarifying the Page of Swords. The Five of Wands, clarifying Judgment. Two of Swords. Two of Swords. Feeling that was going to come out. Knight of Cups, clarifying the Two of Swords. Three of Cups. The Six of Swords. The Empress. The Ten of Cups. And then the Ace of Swords. The Ace of Pentacles is clarifying the Ace of Swords. The Seven of Swords. Too many. Seven of Swords. A Fool. Yeah. You're definitely going to need to take a risk, but the more direct and honest you are, the better this is all going to turn out for you. Temperance. Wow, in the World. All right, so the Wheel of Fortune, clarifying the Three of Pentacles, just tells me that you were meant to find this team or this social group. You were meant to go on this new venture because it's all happening for a reason and it's all bringing you closer to your purpose. And I think you're really going to feel like yourself while you're doing this. Whatever it is, whether it's a friendship, a new job, a new business idea, okay? It's clearly aligned with your purpose and who you are and what you were meant to do in this lifetime. All right, so don't start doubting it. The Ten of Pentacles, clarifying the Page of Swords. It's almost like in doing all of this and in being more carefree and quick-witted and direct and honest, like the Page of Swords, you attract the right people, okay? People who are also that way. And they're people that you can really see yourself growing with, because they value the same things, and they also value honesty and being direct and not beating around the bush. And I think this is a group of people here that you're going to have in your life for a very long time. They may even be part of your soul tribe, right? And I think they feel familiar. If it's a new friend group or a new friend, let's say, or connection, and it feels familiar, just go with that. Okay, because it probably is, and it feels familiar because perhaps you've known these people or this person in a past life. Okay, but the Ten of Pentacles, it's right, okay? And it's gonna probably bring you a lot of material, maybe even financial gain. Not maybe, actually, yes, because you have also the Ace of Pentacles that came out to clarify the Ace of Swords. Now, with the Five of Wands clarifying Judgment, this can be inner conflict or it can be outer conflict, like kind of going on around you. There is just a lot of conflict in the world right now in general, but I think what the Five of Wands here is clarifying Judgment is people from your past and maybe people you used to surround yourself with may be seeing you going on this new journey and this new path, and they may not really like it. I think people that you used to surround yourself with might have a problem. They might have a problem with seeing you be so successful. Because I think it's clear as day that Aries is thriving here and that whatever they're doing is going to succeed. And you may have people kind of watching that. I think people who just aren't on the same wavelength as you anymore. And they might not be the happiest about it. But I don't think you're gonna let that phase you too much. I think it may get you kind of stuck in your head a little bit. It may cause you to overthink. Who knows? Maybe someone from your past is going to reach out, but it's not going to stop you for long. Okay, you have the Knight of Cups clarifying the Two of Swords here. And whenever I see the Knight of Cups, I just think, usually I enjoy the Knight of Cups, but not so much in this deck. It's just kind of like not genuine. And I don't think this is a romantic interest. I think this is, it could be people from your past who may appear to be cheering you on, but they're not really cheering you on. It could be that you're letting whatever this Five of Wands conflict is, the inner conflict, the outer conflict, however it manifests for you, it could be that you're almost letting it consume your mind the same way that like a false Knight of Cups would, if that makes sense. And then with the Six of Swords clarifying the Three of Cups, it's almost like you're about to let this kind of steer you off course. Like these negative thoughts and this baggage from your past, like it's almost like it tries to steer you in a new direction. But whoever this group is, this really great, positive group of people who are willing to grow with you, whoever they are, they're not going to let that happen. They're not going to let you stay too long in your head, and they're not going to let you get steered off course. It's like you're going to see them, and like you're going to see them just like what attracted you to this group of people in the first place. You're going to see that in a moment, and you're going to be like, no, like forget that. Forget that negative baggage. The Ten of Cups clarifying the Empress. I don't think you realize how much this is going to fulfill you and bring you everything that you've ever wanted. And it may not look like family and a home and romance or whatever, career. It may not look like that right now, but it's going to lead to that because it's going to turn you into or help you live more fully in this Empress energy. Because of all of this and because of this group of people and this new kind of soul tribe, it's going to make you feel like the Empress, and so you're going to attract everything that the Empress attracts, which is the Ten of Cups. It's love, it's family, it's just fulfillment, total fulfillment. Okay, but you can't get stuck in the past. You can't let the past deceive you or maybe convince you that like you shouldn't be taking this new journey because you're meant to be here, right? That's why you got the Wheel of Fortune. The Ace of Pentacles clarifying the Ace of Swords. That truth that maybe you're hesitating to come out and say, there's no reason for you to hesitate because it's going to lead to wealth and success. And I think when you give someone this truth and you work up the courage to do so, in turn, you're going to get the Ace of Pentacles. It's like, okay, here's my truth. And then the other person or the team or the situation is like, okay, well, and here's your reward for being so honest. So the Fool clarifying the Seven of Swords. I think your past is going to really try and deceive you, Aries. But it's almost like when you notice that that's what's happening, you're like, no. I'm going to be the fool. I'm going to be the risk taker Aries that I've always been. And I'm going to jump anyway. And I'm not going to keep looking back at the past. It's like, you see how she's kind of leaning back and she's falling into this body of water and she's taking this risk, even though it's really scary. But that's where the light is. And she's moving away from, like, you see this black detail here, these lines? She's moving away from the darkness. So just stay on course. Keep taking these risks, even if people around you don't understand it. They're not meant to. Not everyone's going to understand the things that we do all the time, right? And that's fine, because it's not their journey. And the world clarifying temperance tells me that you really truly are leaving something behind, and in turn you're gaining a whole new world and a whole new chapter. Like, you have the wheel clarifying the beginning of your reading and then the world to close it off. That's beautiful. You are exactly where you're meant to be, and you may have little bumps in the road that make you question yourself, but that's okay. That's only gonna bring you closer to this Wheel of Fortune and to this new chapter. It's all a part of the process, Aries. All right, that's everything. Thank you so much for watching. Have an amazing December, and I'll see you next month. Hello, Taurus. Welcome to your December reading. You have a lot of very grounded, sentimental earth energy in the month of December. Okay, but I think Taurus may run the risk of coming into contact with an energy that could possibly try and throw them off of their game. So December begins with your ruling planet Venus in your opposite sign of Scorpio, and it's connecting with Neptune. So just by default, you could be feeling very sentimental and very forgiving. And with the eclipse happening in Sagittarius on the 14th, there's really a focus for Taurus on balance in your relationships and balance with others, okay? And the Cancer full moon at the end of the month, people are already going to be feeling very needy and insecure. So the reason why I'm telling you all of this is because I think Taurus is going to just be feeling so like the Queen of Pentacles and the Empress. I think this is your energy here. That you could be feeling a bit too forgiving towards energies that maybe don't deserve it. So in December, I want you to be extremely discerning with who you give your energy to and who you choose to maybe accept back into your life or not. I want you to pay special attention to people's actions and not their words. So the first card that came out for you was the Queen of Pentacles, right? So I really do think this is Taurus. I think you are the Queen of Pentacles and the Empress in this reading, okay? You've come out as yourself here. This is a very Taurus-like energy, the Empress. But so is, of course, the Queen of Pentacles. This is Earth energy. And the Queen of Pentacles is extremely nurturing and feminine and sentimental. Okay? She's very much focused on her growth, her material world. Okay? But this is a beautiful energy. I think Taurus is feeling extremely secure for the first time, probably in a while. Okay? And I think you're feeling secure in your material world, so your material possessions, so finances, home, maybe finances, home, maybe family. Okay? So this is, I love this energy for you. Because it just tells me that Taurus is feeling like Taurus and they're feeling like themselves. And they're feeling like they're themselves. And I think you're going to honestly be glowing. Like, I know this year has been difficult, and I know December is going to be challenging for many signs. There's going to be a lot of people are waking up in December, and there are a lot of transformations going on. And I think that's happening for you, but I also think you're just feeling extremely grounded. And I think other people are going to notice this. And I don't mean to sound like so kind of like there's a catch here or something, but I typically really enjoy the Emperor energy, but when it came out, it didn't really sit right with me. And it's almost like this Emperor, it could be someone older in your life, doesn't have to be like an emotional connection or a romantic partner, can also be a business partner, like an authority figure in your life. But I feel like they're very controlling. And it almost seems to me that like they see you. Okay? They see how much you're shining and glowing and how much happier you are, and kind of like they see all the good things happening in your life. Okay? Look at this Page of Wands. It's like laser focused on this Empress, looking directly up at this Empress here. And so is this Seven of Swords here. And I think these three cards here are all connected, okay? I think this is the same person and the same energy. And it's almost like the Emperor is like playing it off like they're just like looking ahead and not focusing on you and your energy and the things that you're doing, but it's like it's all a facade, because actually they're looking directly at you. They're just kind of being a little more sneaky about it. They're not being so obvious about it. Like, you know, when someone's trying to play it off like they're not interested in what you're doing or what you're up to, but like deep down you know that they are, that like they're keeping an eye on you. That's what it feels like. And it could be a past energy that's kind of popping back up because maybe they see how good you're doing. And they may reach out with the Page of Wands. They may try and communicate. They may not. You may just sense that they're like, they almost have like, they're keeping tabs on you almost. Maybe you hear through another person that maybe they ask about you. All right? And the reason why I think it's someone from your past, possibly, romantic or platonic, whatever it may be from your past, I say that because I think it's going to trigger you and have you feeling extremely defensive. Like you're going to hear either that they asked about you, or you're going to sense that they're checking in on you, or see it, or they're going to reach out, and you're going to be like, what? What are you doing? No, like you're going to be so, because you're on this completely new level now. You are at the level of the Queen of Pentacles and the Empress. Okay, you're getting your Ace of Pentacles. You are putting in the work, you've put in the work, and you're going to finally start seeing a return on all of that hard work with this Ace of Pentacles here. And it's going to show, because you're going to feel so fulfilled inside that it's going to reflect on the outside, right? It's going to show on the outside too. But I think you're going to feel so defensive because I think you can sense that, like, it's like, okay, you see the Seven of Swords, like they're looking at you, this person, this energy, but like they're moving towards the Ace of Pentacles. It's like you can sense that if you let this energy back in your life, it's going to jeopardize this Ace of Pentacles here. And we cannot have that. Like that is, I don't think you're going to allow that to happen, because I think you've reached a whole new level with yourself, with your self-confidence, with your, how you value yourself. Okay, you also got Temperance here. Okay, I feel like this is almost, this is your energy here as well as here. And it's like you've put in that work and you've had to balance the dark with the light and the challenges with the positive experiences. And it's like those two extremes have been your two tools, right? And you've kind of embodied this alchemist temperance energy, and you've created something really magical as a result. And that's why you're getting your Ace of Pentacles. So I think you've learned to balance kind of the not so fun experiences with the more enjoyable ones, and you've kind of just learned to juggle both of those things, like the light with the dark, and you've learned to kind of move forward with both of those things because you see the value in both of them, right? Each extreme serves its purpose, right? So I think you can sense and you know intuitively everything that's going on, just like the Empress would, or the Queen of Pentacles. These are two extremely intuitive energies. Okay, they get that gut feeling. And there's so much yellow here in your reading, like that solar plexus energy. And I think you're going to feel in your gut what's going on. Okay, but yellow is also a color of caution. Okay, as much as it stands for sunshine and happiness and joy and fulfillment, it also can represent caution needed, right? So I don't think this is going to fool you, but again, as I was saying at the start, because you're feeling so sentimental and forgiving with Venus, kind of trining Neptune, I just caution you, okay? Because, you know, sometimes, especially earth energies, we can get in that, once we're in more of that sentimental, emotional mood, we can forgive people who don't always deserve it and let people back in, even if they don't deserve to be let back in, right? There's a lot of focus here on give and take. And you're really going to have to remember why you kind of drew that line in the sand to begin with. Even if you're feeling sentimental and more soft and gentle, okay? The Empress is all of those things, but she's also extremely aware of her worth and her value. And this here is not in line with that, okay? So this energy could possibly reach out, but it almost reminds you of everything that occurred. And so it has you feeling extremely defensive, which I think is good, because I think that's what's going to protect you in the end and protect this Ace of Pentacles. And I think this energy, I'm not saying they're a bad person. I just think they like to control things, and maybe they couldn't control you in the past, and so things didn't end well. And I think you were deceived in a big way. And I think that's why this Seven of Swords is coming out, because it's almost like their way of doing things. Like, you know what I mean. Like if certain people show up, things are going to be done in a certain way. And it feels like a very just not an unevolved energy, okay? A more immature energy. Not that they're a bad person, it's just not. This is a Page of Wands looking up at an Empress energy. And I realize they're coming out as the Emperor as well. And like usually I would read this as, oh, fantastic, the Emperor and the Empress. But that is not what I'm getting here. Because of the effect and the emotions it's bringing out in you, okay? This is not making you feel secure, this energy here. You're not even glancing at it. You are not concerned with this. You are preoccupied. You're focused on yourself. You're focused on your growth. And you, quite frankly, don't have time for this. Which you may need to say. Sometimes we need to tell another individual very clearly. And it's not to be harsh or rude. It's just to kind of remind them where our boundary is, right? But with Temperance, I also feel like I need to say, if for your sake and for your peace of mind, you need to make peace and make a balance with this energy, okay? Because again, that's going to be a huge focus during the eclipse around the 14th or on the 14th. Then do that as well, okay? You may feel really uncomfortable with it at first, but hey, if you need to have a conversation with this energy to fully move forward, then do that as well. Okay? Just be very discerning, okay? You may need to maybe you need to explain to this energy how much you felt left out in the cold and betrayed, really. Because I feel like that's what happened. It was a situation where you were kind of like left out to dry. Like, those ones where you're giving and generous and loyal and grounded, lovely earth energy wasn't being returned. And it wasn't reciprocal. And it's almost like this energy kind of reminds you of all of that pain. Okay, those dark days that you had to go through to become this Empress, okay? Just be be cautious, Taurus. That's it. It's not scary. It's nothing bad. Just be careful, okay? And really pay attention to actions and not words. For your oracle cards, you got energy flows where my intention goes. Yeah. If you stay too long in this kind of past energy, this pain, you're going to really lose your focus, okay? And again, that's what I was saying at the start. Like, don't get pulled off of your path. Keep your eye on the prize, which is this Ace of Pentacles, okay? This Queen of Pentacles is looking right at this pentacle in her lap. That's her focus. You also got the blue flame, spontaneous awakening, activation, integration time. Yeah, there's such a focus on integration and like a balancing of energies. So, like I was saying, you may need to integrate kind of two extremes, right? To find a balance with this situation. All right, let's clarify these. We also got the Wheel of Fortune at the bottom of the deck. So, like, the wheel is turning in your favor. Okay? And I think you're probably being reminded of these things from your past or this energy because it's probably going to allow you to really move forward, okay? And accept this Ace of Pentacles fully and, I guess, properly. The Queen of Pentacles. The Nine of Wands. Yeah, the Tower. It may feel a bit jarring, this energy. I think it's probably going to take you by surprise. It's like, you know, when someone comes out of, like, nowhere. It's like once, of course, when you finally forget about the energy, it shows up. You know, those might feel like that. Yeah, Justice, clarifying the Seven of Wands. Ace of Pentacles. The Ace of Wands. Oh my goodness. This is career. This is promotion, creativity. Okay? You're feeling so inspired probably in December. The Seven of Swords. Oh. Yeah, the Page of Cups and the Two of Wands. It's so idealistic, like this person's kind of image of you. It's a weird energy. Like, I think they're, it's like they even deceive themselves with this like idealistic vision that they have of their future with you or of you. Empress, the Eight of Cups. Yeah, The Empress knows when to walk away. Temperance. The Queen of Cups. Wow. And then the Page of Wands. Oh, too many. Page. The Nine of Pentacles and the Nine of Swords. The Five of Pentacles. Yeah, you're really going to have to watch for that sentimentality, Taurus. Like, you're going to be feeling extremely forgiving. And it could end up hurting you more than helping you. The Ace of Cups and the Hanged Man. Clarifying the Five of Pentacles. Wow. All right, so the Nine of Wands clarifying the Queen of Pentacles. I think Taurus has really... You've worked so hard. Like, you've been battered. You've been bruised. You've gone through it, okay? Like so many other signs this year. But I think especially in regard to this situation. And you've really had to climb over difficult walls, if you will. And it's been a journey to kind of make it over to the other side and become and feel secure and stable, like this Queen of Pentacles. Like, you've had to work for this stability that you're probably going to be feeling in December. It's been a journey, and you did it because you saw that spark, and you maintained hope and faith, right? Especially in yourself. And I don't want to see that battle almost like go to waste with this energy. You've come such a long way. I don't want to see you go backwards. The Tower clarifying the Emperor. Yeah. I think this person probably stirs up a lot of emotions in you. And that could be why you also feel so sentimental towards them. It's almost like you have a soft spot for them. But they're just not stable right now. And in turn, they're not stable with other people, right? Like, they just shouldn't be. I just keep thinking of someone who is constantly in relationships, but they're not ready to be in them. Like, really, they need a relationship with themselves. Like, I'm thinking of that energy. Not that this has to be romantic, but that kind of like unstable, chaotic, wishy-washy, up and down, controlling energy. And I think when you sense that their energy is kind of back for a little bit, it's going to like almost like shake you up a little bit. Probably because it's going to remind you of everything you had to go through, right? The Seven of Wands, you got Justice clarifying the Seven of Wands. So, yeah, remember when I was saying, I think this sense of like, this guard you have up, this defensiveness, when I said it's probably a good thing because it's going to protect you, this confirms that for me. I almost think that defensiveness and that guard is what this person needs. Maybe for them to wake up and to have a reality check. But you're doing it right, okay? And don't feel guilty for being more defensive. Okay, Venus might convince you of that, but it's gonna really serve a purpose for this person. I think it's going to teach them a lesson almost. Not in like a bad way. It's just sometimes people need to have that resistance in order to learn a lesson, right? And I think you're just learning that you're being fair to yourself in doing this, and in having your guard up, and in being more discerning with your energy. So don't feel guilty if you're a bit cold or standoffish. I think that's necessary. And it also sends the message that you won't be taken advantage of. Probably again, right? The Ace of Wands is clarifying the Ace of Pentacles. So this is like, I'm so excited for you. This is such an amazing offer, opportunity, growth. Like, this is lovely. You have the Ace of Wands clarifying the Ace of Pentacles. So not only are you going to see this manifest in your physical world, like the material world, but it's going to spark like so much creativity. And you're just going to, because you're so inspired, you're going to inspire others as a result. So don't lose sight of this, okay? I don't think you will regardless, because I feel like it's so strong, and that's like the driving factor for you in this reading and in December. Like, this is that's leading you to 2021. Like, you see this, you're focused, you know it's coming. But just don't let this energy take away from that and take away from the excitement that you feel, okay? So the Page of Cups and the Two of Wands clarifying the Seven of Swords, I really think this person or this energy had this really idealistic vision of how things were going to work out with you. And probably because they didn't reciprocate or treat you with the respect that you deserve, obviously it didn't go that way, right? But it's like, if they do come back, or even from afar, it's like they're still hanging on to this. It's just like so out of touch with reality is what it feels like. And that's why I was saying, like, not only are they deceiving you, they're deceiving themselves. And I think the saddest part, like, I feel sad with this energy because I don't even think they realize it. I really don't. I don't even think they realize that they're deceiving you. And I don't even think that's their intention. Like I said, like, this doesn't feel like a bad person. People aren't all bad, aren't all good, right? Like, it's just like they've got a lot of inner work to do. And I think that even if you didn't see it on the outside, they were probably really torn up about what happened. Because I think this vision, even if it was idealistic and not realistic, I think a vision kind of died when the connection died or the partnership died, you know? And it's like they're still hanging on to that. They haven't had that wake-up call yet. So that's what I mean. Like, you may have to just give it to them straight. And you can be kind about it, okay? Doesn't have to be harsh. The Eight of Cups clarifying the Empress. here's the thing. I think right now, this energy isn't right for you, okay? If maybe one day later on it is, that's fine. And that's great. But I think even if you're feeling more emotional, I think this is going to stir up some emotions in you. I think you're really going to have to move past that anyway, even though it's really hard, especially when you have a soft spot for someone and you probably really care about them regardless. I think you're going to just have to still put yourself first. And you're going to have to walk away. And if it's supposed to be in your life, then don't worry, because it will be, even if it's not at this point in time. Okay, this girl is walking towards, I wonder if you can see it. See the sun there? She's leaving that cup behind in the water. Okay, that's your focus, is that sunlight, that bright energy, okay? This Ace of Wands and this Ace of Pentacles. It's not the cup behind you. Oof, I feel so sad now. Like I just got, like, I feel it. It's heavy. And it's probably really hard. So that's what I mean. Like, make your peace with it however you need to, Taurus. If you need to have a conversation and if you need to ugly cry during it and just be brutally honest, then do that, okay? But it just doesn't feel like it's right for you right now. Use your discretion, of course. Like, just follow your gut. Your gut's going to tell you what you need to do and what decision you need to make. The Queen of Cups, clarifying temperance. I think Taurus just feels extremely sentimental and emotional. But I also think you're becoming really confident almost in expressing your emotions and in being a bit more vulnerable, okay? And this could happen around the full moon at the end of the month, the Cancer full moon. But it's like parts of you are being illuminated, okay? And even if it's hard and painful and brings up stuff from the past, like, you're still okay with it. Like, I think you're going to handle things very well. And I think you're going to be very emotionally mature and intelligent about things. It's almost like you're okay with this stirring up a lot of feelings in you. Because, like, you know it's part of the process. I think you've reached a new level of maturity in terms of how you emote. The Nine of Swords and the Nine of Pentacles, clarifying the Page of Wands. So you may try and convince yourself, or like, this is like the ultimate independent energy and like being totally at peace with that and totally cool. But I feel like you may have a moment of weakness where you try and convince yourself, well, maybe what if it does work out? Or what if I am being too harsh? And it's almost like a feeling of, you know, when you tell yourself, like when people tell themselves, oh, I'm going to be alone forever. Like, that's, I don't even like saying that out loud because it's so, that statement just has so much weight to it, and it really pains me when people say that about themselves, because obviously that's not true. But I feel like you almost have this moment where you doubt yourself. And like you let all these what ifs cloud your judgment for a bit. And it's fine. You're allowed to have a moment of weakness with this energy, but just don't forget that you are fine. You're fine on your own. Even if you're not on your own, like, you're fine. You have everything you need. And you're on your way to the Ten of Pentacles. And finally, the Hanged Man and the Ace of Cups clarifying the Five of Pentacles. I think it's going to be your self-love and your value, the value you have of yourself and your confidence even, okay, that Empress energy. That's really going to pull you forward kind of past all of this. And it's what's going to remind you that you don't want to be back here with the Five of Pentacles. You don't want to ever feel like that again. And it's this self-love that you have and this just inner value and inner knowing that's kind of giving you a whole new perspective. Like, I really think by the end of the month, you're going to understand what this was all for, what this whole energy was for. And it's like in stepping forward finally, it's like that final puzzle piece, right? Like Taurus has reached a whole new level of self-love and self-value. All right, Taurus. That's everything. Have an amazing December. I hope it's lovely for you. It'll all be fine. Just believe in yourself and recognize how whole you are on your own and really see your value, and all will be fine. Have an amazing month, and thank you so much for watching. I'll see you next month. Take care. Hello, Gemini. Your December is looking really profound. It seems to me that I think Gemini is letting go of a lot of unhealthy habits. And I think these are habits that maybe you've developed with yourself. I think you're letting a lot of that go in the month of December. And I think you're going to receive some sort of wake-up call that kind of makes you rethink a lot of things, and almost it feels like a mindset shift is happening in the month of December. So you got Judgment at the center of your reading, but the first card that came out was the World. So it's like the moment December starts, you're already kind of stepping into this new chapter of your life. And I think that's because you're going to come face to face with something akin to this devil energy, right? And the devil card doesn't scare me because I think it's a toxic, and I hate using that word. I feel like it's so overused now, but that's the only word that's coming to mind. It's a toxic way you have of speaking to yourself, speaking about yourself. It's the way that you convince yourself that something's wrong before you even try it out. It's the way you convince yourself that all of that inner chatter and self-talk is valid and true, when in reality, it's not. The Eight of Swords for me is, so this girl in the image, she's blindfolded, right? But it's almost like a self-inflicted blindfold, right? Because she can easily just maybe use one of those swords to break free, right? But instead, she's kind of sitting in this like agonizing state of overanalyzing and being self-critical and just anxiety. And Gemini can be very good at that, right? Your ruling planet is Mercury. So you're so good at being in your head and allowing that over analyzing and anxiety that sometimes you cause all on your own with your thoughts. You're sometimes too good at letting that blindfold you and blind you, right? And I think this month you're going to realize that you can't keep doing that to yourself. The world is telling me that you are going to break free of this, maybe this habit, this way of talking to yourself. You are going to break free of it. But I think you're going to come face to face with it as well, and maybe a way that really wakes you up with judgment. I think it's really lovely, though, that you have the world beginning your reading and wow, and judgment at the center of your reading, and then also the lovers to close your reading. So Gemini does make a choice, and Gemini does, like the lovers, this represents Gemini, this card. So you end up showing up for yourself, and you end up beating this sort of negative mindset almost, okay? So you do come out on top, so don't worry too much. It's just something to look out for. With the Hanged Man here, I think whatever this wake-up call ends up being, and it could very well come in the form of a person, romantic, platonic, whatever it may be. It could be a really close friend, even a colleague. But because of the cup energy, I'm feeling more like personal relationship, like an emotional connection. This wake-up call that makes you look at things in a completely different way with the Hanged Man could come in the form of this person, this Knight of Cups. Okay, this is going to be somebody who is very emotional, but isn't always very expressive of that, very emotionally intelligent. Someone who takes their time with things, they're patient, they have an inner knowing. So sometimes, not sometimes, usually they're okay with waiting things out. So you're going to be faced with this this wake-up call, right? And it's going to kind of almost like snap you like into focus. It's like you sense things are changing at the beginning of the month, and you realize that you have to catch up. It's like Gemini's like, okay, my old way of doing things and thinking about myself, and it's just not working anymore with where I'm headed. Where I'm headed is asking so much more of me. And I can't keep doing this to myself if I'm going to achieve everything that I want. Because you can achieve it 100%. All right, so you're going to have this moment where you just stop and you step back and you're able to see kind of all the ways maybe you were not valuing yourself enough. And judgment is telling me that it's like that judgment is Gemini saying like, no way am I missing this train. I'm going to do what I need to do. I'm going to change my mindset. I'm going to change. And I'm not going to be scared of that anymore. I'm going to start this new chapter that I know I deserve. And the Magician is that Mercury energy, right? It's the alchemist. It's this person has everything they need. They know exactly how to manifest exactly what they want. And they do it. This is like the boss manifester right here. And when Gemini is in the right mindset, they can so easily snap into this state of mind. So easily when they see their value. And when they let go of these sorts of things. And this negative self-talk and this anxiety where you're just like up all night and just thinking and thinking and thinking. And it's like when you're not able to shut off your brain. But the solution is waiting there right in front of you if you can maybe just change your perspective a little bit. Okay, the hangman is hanging upside down. And the hangman is enlightened for having done so, right? They gain a new perspective. With the Fool here, I honestly think Gemini is going to be embarking on this new journey, okay? It's like you prep yourself in December, and then near the end of December, you're ready. You're ready to take that jump, to take that risk. It could be a business venture, a new relationship. Maybe you're ready to explore a new friend group and really put yourself out there. Okay, but the Fool tells me that you are going to forget everything that's holding you back and you're going to take this leap. You just need to figure out a way to quiet your mind and speak to yourself the way you would speak to others, right? And once Gemini makes that choice, you're just gonna feel so much lighter and you're gonna be on your way. This could be somebody else, or it could also be you kind of, I'm noticing the Knight of Cups kind of walking towards the Lovers and just like so content. They feel they're full. They have their cup of love in their hand. They're ready to kind of give everything that they have and be vulnerable and be open. So if you need to be vulnerable with your emotions, and typically that's involved when we take a risk, right? We have to be transparent and we have to be vulnerable. If you need to do that, Gemini. Do so. Because it's only going to lead to wonderful places. Don't be afraid to open up. Don't be afraid to feel what you need to feel in order to let go of these toxic kind of entanglements. Sometimes we really need to go inward and feel all the feels when when this sort of energy presents itself, right? Because that's the only way of moving past it. And maybe you've denied yourself that for so long. Because maybe you have been really busy and not focused on that. A lot of signs have kind of been numb for a while. But December is forcing a lot of people to face whatever they didn't face all year. Whatever's holding them back. Your oracle cards were, true healing occurs when I give myself permission to feel whatever feelings live below the triggers. How perfect. Yeah, it's like you need to dig deep and get to the root of these triggers. Like, what are your triggers, Gemini? What leads to this state of mind? Figure that out. Get really, really quiet with yourself. You're gonna need to take a step back. And try and ask yourself, is it a person? Is it a situation I constantly find myself in? Is it a group of people? And if that's what's leading you here, then you need to leave that in the past. Leave that in 2020. If it's a mindset, if it's something inside of you, again, face it. Be kind to yourself, forgive yourself, and also leave that in 2020. Okay, we're not perfect. We're never going to be perfect, but the better you can control this, the happier you'll be. Okay? It doesn't happen overnight. It's not like, okay, it's gone. It's a progression, but if you try, you're already headed on the right track, right? And that's when true healing occurs, when you give yourself permission to feel what you need to feel and what lives below these triggers. You also got fall into my arms, surrender, holding the opposites, extremes of life. Yeah, it's like you need to hold this, but also this. Such beautiful imagery, right? These are the opposites. These are the extremes of life right here. And in order to move from this extreme to this extreme, you need to surrender. You're not chained to anything. You just think you are. Your brain is convincing you that you are, that you have to think a certain way or be a certain way, but no. That's never the case. We have the power. We are the magician. We can do whatever we want. We can change our mindset if we want. Right, let's clarify these. All right, let's clarify the world. These fill out first, so I'm going to take these. Wow, so you have the world clarifying the world and the Fool again. The Devil. Wow. The Devil clarifying the Devil. This message is so clear, Gemini. The Eight of Swords. Got the Two of Pentacles. Yeah, it's like you're weighing this. You think it's like this decision that you need to weigh when really it's It's just like a mindset you need to let go of. Feels like a decision though. Well, I guess it is in a way. The Hangman. Let's clarify the Hangman. The Seven of Wands. And the Knight of Wands. Judgment. Ten of Wands. Magician. The Knight of Swords. The Fool. Ooh. Queen of Swords, the Knight of Cups, the Two of Swords, the Lovers, the Four of Cups. Wow. Okay, so you are really going to need to quiet your mind, Gemini. If you let this mindset and these thoughts consume you and take over, they will. And I don't want you to miss out on these opportunities that you have here. So you got the Fool in the World to clarify the world. So yeah, you are able to start this new chapter and close an old one if you take a risk. You're going to have to tap into, take advantage of this Sagittarius energy right now and really take risks and listen to that optimism, okay? Mercury enters Sagittarius on December 1st, okay? So yes, we're going to be more blunt and like quick with our communication, but we're also going to be more optimistic if we allow ourselves. So find that optimism. If you can just look around you and really see everything you have that's working for you, I think that'll help you move into a more positive, optimistic mindset. But you, like this new chapter, it requires a risk. Okay, it's like the universe is saying, you can have all of this, of course, but I'm gonna need you to step outside your comfort zone a little bit here. And maybe the risk is parting ways with this energy, this Devil energy. And it's a risk because it does feel so new and foreign, because maybe you've been in this energy for a while. Too long, probably. But that, yeah, like look at this image here. This person, they're like a puppet and they're in like agonizing pain almost from being in their head so much. And the puppet strings, it's like all the negative energy, all the negative self-talk and the pain from your past that maybe convinced you that that's the only way you can talk to yourself or about yourself. Okay, I know it's not easy, but it's important to take notice of what's going on. So the Two of Pentacles clarifying the Eight of Swords, you're going to have to balance your past with your present and your future, right? Like you're going to have to make a decision, an informed decision. And I think you're going to look at your past to help you make this choice to move forward. Because I think you're going to see that whatever new opportunity is presenting itself looks so much better than your past. And ultimately, I think that's what's going to lead you to finally take that step forward. So you have the Seven of Wands and the Knight of Wands clarifying the Hangman. So this to me says that if you need to be a little defensive and be a little hermit-like for a while to get quiet and to realize some things, to understand how to move forward, if you need to do that and just kind of be at peace with yourself to get to the right answer, to get on the right track, do that. And don't feel guilty about it. Okay, just do what you need to do to gain this new insight and this new perspective. I think Gemini is really going to see this spark of what can be, and it's going to make you feel so inspired. And it's almost like going to make you hungry for what's to come. When Capricorn enters, when Capricorn season starts on December 21st, Gemini is going to be working really hard. So it could be towards this new creative passion that you have, okay? This new chapter. And it's like you're going to see how happy you can be in this new chapter. And that's what's going to kind of push you forward and push you along. Even though I think there's going to be a moment where you're feeling very moody, defensive. But that's okay, because that's what you need to do in order to move on and move forward. So the Ten of Wands clarifying Judgment just reaffirms to me that this chapter, once you close it, it's closed and your battle is over, essentially. Your battle with the devil and with the Eight of Swords. If you want it to be over, it will be. And I think you've come a really long way, maybe, of like a past filled with that constant back and forth and anxiety and negative self-talk. But there's a real opportunity for that to be done with, okay? In December. The Great Conjunction on the 21st it's a game changer for every sign. You have the Knight of Swords clarifying the Magician. Yeah, I feel like this quick and energetic energy is you, Gemini. It's like you let it all go, and like you're running towards this Magician energy. And you're just like, I'm done, I'm ready to go, I'm off. That's it. This is my new reality. What did I say before? I'm not missing that train. You're not going to miss that ride. It's like you're running towards that motorcycle to to finally take off. It's like you're so ready to just get started if you could only just like put everything to rest that's holding you back. And that's what December is for. The Queen of Swords clarifying the Fool. This risk here, the one up here as well, it is going to require you to maybe channel that Queen of Swords energy. That's a bit more balanced, a bit more in tune with your intuition. I always see the Queen of Swords like, yeah, she's blunt and she's straight up and honest, sometimes brutally so. She can be very sharp, but the Queen of Swords is also extremely intuitive and emotional. And she has that kind of inner balance. And that's what allows her to move forward so well and diplomatically, right? So you may need to tap into more of that sort of energy. Okay? So it's knowing when to speak, when to maybe listen, when to follow your heart as opposed to your head, when to follow your mind instead of your heart. So the Two of Swords, I feel like these are connected, so I'm going to just speak to them both at once. The Two of Swords and the Four of Cups. Okay. Gemini, please don't pass this up, okay? Whether it's a person or just you finally knowing and moving forward. Don't trip up, please. Don't convince yourself that you don't deserve it. Like, I feel like there's a risk here. See these like crows, like just like pecking at her head almost? Like, those feel like the thoughts to me, like the sleepless thoughts or the sleepless nights with like, because of all those crowded thoughts in your head, okay? And they're loud. So you can hesitate, but don't stop completely, okay? Like, don't detour too long, okay? It's like these crows like pause this Knight of Cups journey, and I'm scared that's gonna happen. So if you can just get quiet and master those negative thoughts or those anxious thoughts, you'll be fine. And the Four of Cups is reminding me that, to remind you to take what's being offered. Please don't pass this up. See that full cup? And it's like this person is so distracted with their thoughts and their anxieties and the past. It's like she's looking to the past that they're not accepting this cup. But it's a full one. And it is the Lovers. And it's the World and the Fool. It's so many things. It's career growth, love, family, friendship, okay? So make the choice, Gemini. Make the choice to accept this cup. I don't want you to get so caught up in your thoughts that you don't see how full it really is and how much is really waiting for you on the other side. All right, that's everything. Thank you so much for watching. Have an amazing December. I wish you nothing but the best, and I'll see you next month. Hello, Cancer. Welcome to your December reading. So in December, I think Cancer is finally seeing the fruit of their labor, if you will. I think you've been really precise and meticulous in your work, because I think you've been really meticulous in kind of working towards what you want, and you've really pinpointed what it is that you want. The Nine of Cups can sometimes represent almost like excess, right? Sometimes it's just like wishing for wishing's sake and being kind of careless in what we dream up. But because, so you have the Nine of Cups, the Ten of Cups, and the King of Pentacles in the first row. But I think it's almost like Cancer knows that they could only work towards what they want if it was really precise, if they had a really detailed, precise vision of their goals and their dreams and their aspirations. And I think in December, you're going to start really seeing just how powerful you are, especially when you work hard and you put in the work. This full moon that's happening at the end of December in Cancer, in your sign, is going to highlight just that, your power. You're going to be in full power mode. You're going to be really in touch with your intuition. Okay, there are going to be multiple breakthroughs for Cancer in December, especially towards the end of the month. And I think you've been quiet, and you've been putting in the work, and you've been doing what you need to do. And you're going to start seeing this Ten of Cups manifest itself in your life in December. If not in December, early next year. I can't believe I'm already saying that. Next year. So take notice of what you're kind of getting in return for all the work you've done. So let's say you have a business. Like, take notice of all the amazing reviews and feedback that you're getting. Because I think you're going to kind of be in this zone. And the Sagittarius energy at the beginning of the month is going to help with that kind of energy and that fast-paced movement. But you're going to see something physical, okay? In the physical world, that's going to reaffirm to you that you've done the work and you've come such a long way. And You're going to look at whatever manifests and think, wow, okay, this is what happens when I really focus and I listen to myself and I stay on my path. You also got the King of Pentacles, and I mean, this could be you just working really hard, staying really dedicated, but I actually think you're the Emperor here that came out. I'm associating the Emperor with Cancer's energy this month. And I feel the King of Pentacles is actually someone else in your life. And they can be a really grounding force. They can really be a motivator of sorts for you. Okay, think Earth energy, Virgo, Capricorn, Taurus. Someone who you can go to, you can fall back on, and you know they'll be there, okay? But I feel that, I don't want to say ignoring, but I feel like Cancer is almost working so hard that they're kind of not even paying attention to this King of Pentacles here. Like, this Emperor is just looking straight ahead, focused on their work, focused on being a boss. They see their dreams becoming a reality. You also got the Six of Wands. Like, this is victory. Okay, there's a breakthrough. It can be of interpersonal relationship. It can be career, business. Okay, but I think it's closely tied to a dream that you've had and a goal that you've had. So this Emperor is looking straight ahead, right? And they got their eye on the prize, okay? They see this spark, they see that it's working, that it's all unfolding. And I almost feel like this King of Pentacles is getting neglected a little bit here. But they are so closely tied to your happiness, and regardless, you're going to come into contact with them, you're going to meet them halfway. They play a really big role in this Ten of Cups. So if you have a person in your life who is really supportive and very trustworthy and honest, and who's kind of always cheered you on from the sidelines, maybe you need to pay a little bit more attention to them. Okay? I think it's awesome that you're so focused on your goal and your dreams. But I think that it's almost like they're trying to offer you something, and you're so distracted by everything you have going on that you're not even accepting it here with the Four of Cups. Like, this Emperor is not even glancing at this Four of Cups here. And this King of Pentacles seems to just be kind of waiting. The Hanged Man. Kind of like, all right, is Cancer going to take this or not? Could be a business opportunity. Maybe they want to join forces. It could be a romance. Okay, it can be a really important soulmate in your life. But you're meant to be in contact with this person, and you're meant to have this person in your life. I think they're going to guide you over, like, the finish line. It's like, this is you here, this is your Ten of Cups, and you see the little, like, rainbow here? They're on the other end of that. They are integral to this path and this journey. They're meant to walk it alongside you, okay? And it's fine, like, do what you gotta do your work, get your work done, you know? Like, we don't always have to, we can be in our own zone, and we can be alone in that, you know? But if they're trying to offer you an opportunity or offer you a cup of love or cup of encouragement, support, just be sure that you return it and take notice of it and kind of just validate it. And it may take there could be a moment where maybe the King of Pentacles even says something to you about maybe feeling a bit kind of pushed off to the side. And it causes you to kind of see things in a whole new light and from a new perspective with the Hangman. Like you could be like, oh wow, I didn't even realize I was doing that. Sometimes we can really get so in our zone and kind of mute out the rest of the world. Whatever this venture is, there's a victory, okay? So you've really done everything right, even if it doesn't feel that way. And when you start seeing this dream manifest itself, I think you're going to feel that. And I think you're going to feel really victorious. And I think you deserve that. You also got the Four of Swords here. So it's just, this to me, I feel like it's tied to the Four of Cups here in the sense that it's because you're so in your own world and doing your own thing and you're doing it you're doing it amazingly. You kind of just have this sense of peace. It's like you're totally at peace with your inner world. And kind of the outside world, whatever's going on, you're not even really paying attention to it. But again, I think you may need to get up and go see what's outside that window, right? This beautiful stained glass window here. And it's full of color and life. So I think by the end of the month, you're going to be feeling a bit more open, and because things are just going to be flowing, you're not going to feel the need to be so in this emperor state of mind. Like it's going to serve its purpose, and then towards the end of the month, you kind of reach this sense of peace. And the High Priestess is telling me that you really need to, once you feel the sense of peace, you need to stay in touch with your emotions and express them like Cancer does so well. When Saturn enters Aquarius on the 17th, there's going to be a huge focus on intimacy and your bonds in your life, okay? So that's what I mean. Don't ignore or neglect this King of Pentacles, because it could be a really intimate bond here that brings you a lot closer to that feminine inner knowing that Cancer has. And you could even feel really intuitive when you're with this person. And they could also see you as just that, and maybe even a little mysterious, and they see you as this High Priestess. Like you've got everything you need. You've got it all kind of figured out. You choose exactly what to give and what to withhold. I just feel like I need to say, I think you need to give this King of Pentacles a little bit more of yourself. You got, for your oracle cards, you're not for everyone. Embrace your weirdness. Face your true north. So if this venture and goal and dream that you have makes you feel like you're a little weird, that might be a good sign. And weird is cool, right? It means probably that we're being ourselves and we're following our true north and our destined path. So don't let any outsiders convince you that what you're doing isn't going to work or isn't right. Okay, you know, just like the High Priestess knows, that it's going to work out and that you will be victorious. Also got seeing potential, bringing unconsciousness to light. Yeah, I think Cancer really saw their own potential, and the reason why they reach this Nine of Cups and the reason why they're going to reach this Ten of Cups is because they brought this inner part of themselves to light and this inner potential to light. And you kind of rolled with that. When I focus on my inner light, I see the world through the lens of love. Yeah. Wow. So the more happy you are with yourself, the happier you will be in response to your outside world and towards your outside world, right? And I think it's in achieving this that you'll then allow yourself to move closer to this King of Pentacles and to this Six of Wands here, this victory. All right, let's clarify these. Nine of Cups. The Queen of Swords. The Ten of Cups. Temperance and Four of Swords. King of Pentacles. The Hermit. Yeah, this person could be a Virgo with the Hermit. But it also could just mean that you are being quite the hermit towards this person. Or maybe they really see you being a hermit. Emperor. The Ten of Wands. Four of Cups. Got the Six of Cups to clarify the Four of Cups. Yeah, this is a special cup, and I really don't want you to ignore it for too long. Chariot, clarifying the Hangman. We have the Seven of Swords and Justice, clarifying the Six of Wands, the Four of Swords. Fortune, clarifying the Four of Swords, High Priestess, the Two of Pentacles. Okay, so the Queen of Swords, clarifying the Nine of Cups, I think this is just a reflection of how quick-witted, how sharp you've had to be in order to achieve this Nine of Cups. And what did I say before? How precise you've had to be in asking for exactly what you want. You've been extremely detail-oriented and balanced, really. And this is why you're receiving this Nine of Cups, which is your dreams coming true, right? And I think you've really looked from a high vantage point and you've considered all your options and you've just been very purposeful in your movements. Temperance and Four of Swords again. So I just sense that Cancer is really, really comfortable in this new balance and equilibrium that they found. So comfortable. And it's almost like you're scared to move out of it because everything's working out so well. But again, you're also going to have to step out of that Four of Swords, right? And meet what is waiting for you. But I really do think that you're feeling super at peace because you finally see your goals manifesting. And it's taken you a long time and it's taken a lot of work to achieve this balance within yourself. I think Cancer has just worked extremely hard to balance the rational and the logical with the more emotional side of themselves. You're learning to be the Queen of Swords, but also to be the Queen of Cups. So, like I was saying, this could really be a Virgo energy. Someone who's quite selfless, extremely generous, extremely loyal to a fault. I'm getting so much sadness here with this King of Pentacles. I think they just really miss you. I think they miss talking to you. I think they miss being there for you. But if they are a Virgo or similar to that energy, any earth energy really, they're not always very good at expressing that they miss someone or that they'd like to be there for you more. Okay, so it may take you being in touch with this intuition, right, to know that you need to reach out. The Ten of Wands tells me that, on clarifying the Emperor, that you've won the battle and you've come a long way, but also that you're just so done with any past energy, okay? And past baggage. And I think that's why you start the month off on such a positive note, because you've learned to let that baggage go. You learned to leave that in the past a long time ago. The Six of Cups over the Four of Cups, whatever this opportunity is, if it's work or if it's the King of Pentacles trying to reach out, please do not ignore it. Accept it, because it's meant to be in your life. It's tied to your soul. It could be a soulmate, but it also could just have a really profound effect on your journey, okay? The Six of Cups is waiting behind this cup here being offered to you. So the Chariot is clarifying the Hanged Man. Yeah, I think you're eventually going to realize that maybe you're being distant with a King of Pentacles, or maybe even just the people around you. And I think once that clicks for you and you gain this new insight and perspective, you're gonna just like no one's business be like, what? No. Like, oh, I didn't mean to be acting that way, or maybe you didn't even realize it, and so quickly you're just going to be on your way back to those people, okay? Because I think you miss them too. I think you've been so focused that you've also missed having certain people in your life to lean on. I think Cancer got really used to doing things on their own. The Seven of Swords and Justice clarifying the Six of Wands. The reason why you're victorious here is because it's your karma, okay? It's what needed to happen, and you're probably being rewarded because it's kind of like the scales are evening out, and it was Cancer's turn to now receive this victory. And if your inner chatter and any negative self-talk tries to convince you otherwise, that maybe that like, oh, I don't deserve this victory. No, that's false. It's all lies. You're getting this, you're receiving this because the universe says so. And because you're meant to. The Wheel of Fortune clarifying the Four of Swords. Yeah, I think there's going to come a time when Cancer just notices, like tied here back to the Chariot and the Hanged Man, that, okay, like I can stay in this space, this productive space, in this very peaceful, balanced space, but sooner or later I'm going to have to reemerge and continue to follow my path. But the Wheel of Fortune is turning, and things are turning in your favor. And with that is going to come a huge sense of relief and a huge sense of peace, like you can finally rest. And finally, the High Priestess, we have the Two of Pentacles. So, Cancer, you're going to have to make a choice to follow your heart. And I think you do, with the Chariot. I think you're really showing up as you and yourself. Okay, this is a card of Cancer. You're going to have to be an active participant in your life, though, and decide. Okay? You may be weighing a couple things in your head, like should I, shouldn't I? You should. Whatever makes you feel more like the High Priestess, more in touch with your intuition, be it this King of Pentacles, or your dreams. I think it's a combination of the two. Remain within that space and choose that always, not this inner chatter, okay? that's maybe trying to convince you that you shouldn't be feeling all that you're feeling, okay? I think you're feeling extremely fulfilled, and that's okay. I know that can be scary sometimes because you almost fear that it might get taken away, but please enjoy it. All right, Cancer, that's everything. Thank you so much for watching. Have an amazing December. I wish you nothing but the best, and I'll see you next month. Bye. Hello, Leo. Welcome to your December reading. So, the first card that came out for you was the Nine of Wands, followed by the Four of Swords and the Ten of Swords. And the moment the Nine of Wands fell out, while I was shuffling, I felt like almost like I had just kind of gone through battle, or I had just experienced a battle, but somehow I still have this little spark of optimism. And that's probably how you're feeling in December. Okay, 2020 was probably extremely difficult for you, as it was for many people. But I don't think you lost your sense of optimism either, Leo. You see how this figure is standing there, kind of a little hesitant, a little cautious. He has the bandage wrapped around his forehead. And he's almost like debating if he should walk through that wall. But you see the little green leaves kind of sprouting from those wands. So it's worth it to cross over to the other side, and you will. Okay, the person in this image passes through. Because even though they've been hurt and they've been beaten and they've really gone through a battle, they still have this inner knowing that things are going to be fine and things are going to work out. So that's kind of how you could be feeling going into December, Leo. Maybe you're reflecting back on this year and really going like, wow, like I went through it. Like I am bruised and beaten almost, and I'm a completely different person, but I still have this inner sense of optimism and a sense that crossing over to the other side is going to be lighter and brighter. And I really think in the beginning of December you've reached, it's almost like it's kind of stacked up so chronologically, almost in a way, where it's kind of just culminated in December, kind of all the things you've been through, and now you're in this very reflective, introspective state. I think Leo's really looking back on everything they've had to go through this year, almost with a sense of pride. And I think pride because I think you know you should be proud that you kind of came out on the other side. And the Four of Swords is kind of like this calm, right? Like this peace of mind. That calm after the storm, if you will. And I think you're really just going to be in a super reflective state at the start of December. And I think you're going to probably be in this space for a little bit at the beginning of the month because one, you know all the transformations you've been through this year, but you also know that it's brought you to this point where more positive transformations are going to take place now, right? The sun right now, of course, at the beginning of December is illuminating. Well, the sun is in Sagittarius, so for you, that's going to illuminate things like romance, creativity, your partnerships, and where you get your joy from. And perhaps you're reevaluating all of those things. And I think once the eclipse happens on the 14th, all of those things, romance, partnerships, your sense of joy and creativity, where you feel most inspired, those things are going to transform. The Ten of Swords tells me that you really did go through it, Leo. And there really was this metaphorical death because an old you is being left in 2020, I think, and an old mindset. And I think through all of like each and every one of these swords here, they're an experience, right? Or it's a mindset. And through each one of those, you've learned so much and you've gained so much wisdom through those experiences, even if they were really painful. Okay, Leo is really transforming. And I think you're really tapping into this moon energy. So this more intuitive, wise, all-knowing side of yourself, okay? And it's the more quiet and introspective side. You got the moon at the center of your reading. I think so many things have been illuminated for you this year. Not all have been that great to experience, okay? Some of those things were very painful. But they are serving a purpose. Like that pain, it was required. So the Page of Cups for me, I think the beginning of the month is it might feel a little heavy. But that small kind of spark of optimism that I was speaking about earlier, I think it really blossoms and I think it grows once you've kind of had your moment here, your quiet moment here. And I think it really blossoms into kind of this newfound hope and innocence. It's like you're so done with the battle that you can only really look up and look ahead. And I do think you feel really excited for what's to come for you. And I think you're going to emerge into 2021 with this Page of Cups energy. So playful, very loving, really generous with your love, really warm. Leos are very good at being that way. Okay, but I think you're tapping into this again. And maybe it's been gone for a while because of all of this heavy energy here. Okay, but the sun is rising in this card, and it's pushing away all of that darkness. And I think it has a lot to do with your attitude. And whatever is getting illuminated with the moon, it's causing you to kind of break a mold, almost like a past mold, and let go of a past mindset that maybe kept you stuck here. And it's bringing you to that light. This reading feels a lot like that time in the morning where it's dark, but you see the sun rising. Okay, you start to see that light. And it's like your Leo's balancing the dark from the past with the light. And I actually think there's going to be a huge, huge blessing in December. Probably around once Capricorn season starts, around the 21st. Okay, when the sun moves into Capricorn, your routine, your job, your habits, your health, all of those things are then going to be highlighted for Leo. So you could have a breakthrough, perhaps with a job, like a partnership at work. But this really feels like an emotional connection, like a profound one. And I don't think you're expecting it at all. Got the Tower as well. I honestly think this Tower is this Ace of Cups. I think this Ace of Cups is going to feel so jarring and out of the blue. And it's going to just take you by surprise. That it's going to feel like a Tower moment. Because I think you got really used to just kind of this year getting by, right? And kind of carrying this kind of pain with you, but still pushing and pushing through the way Leo does. You never really let go of that sense of optimism. You probably had your moments, your weaker moments, just like everyone else, but you almost got into like this autopilot mode. And so when this Ace of Cups shows up, it's like cannot compute. Like you don't even know how to process it. And so processing it, or even just accepting it, feels like a Tower moment for you. And with the Seven of Pentacles, again, it's like this is someone who is shocked at what has manifested. Okay, they see these pentacles in their garden and they're shocked at how quickly they sprouted and they showed up. And I truly feel like that's how Leo is going to feel in response to this Ace of Cups in this Tower moment. You're almost going to be like, how? How did that happen? Is this real? But it is real. And it's happening because you've questioned yourself and you've evolved and you've grown. And you've had to, difficult things inside of you have been illuminated. You got the Six of Swords, and I love the Six of Swords as a card, just in general, because there's the depth of the water. Okay, so this is like a significant growth almost. So this to me is Leo once and for all saying goodbye to all of this pain and this battle here, and finally moving towards calmer waters, more fulfilling, deep, profound, emotional waters. Okay? Like you're moving into peace. This is such a peaceful card for me. And I think once you can finally accept that, yes, you did this, you manifested this Ace of Cups, you're going to feel this sense of calm. And you're going to realize that it really was worth it to take that step and move past that wall, okay? Your oracle cards were baby steps, action, follow your intuition before it makes sense. Yes, this is so perfect. And this person in this card, I don't know if you can see it, the glare is kind of bad with this card, but they're walking through this huge threshold here. You see that? Oh yeah, there we go. How perfect is that? Baby steps, exactly. If you hesitate and it takes you a little bit to actually understand what's going on here with the Ace of Cups in the Tower, and if you have to stay in this moon energy a little longer to maybe accept a couple more things, then do that. But action is required, right? You're going to have to physically accept this Ace of Cups, even if you can't believe it. Follow your intuition before it makes sense. It might not make sense. Okay, what did I say before? You're really going to question why and how. Like, how is this even happening? But try not to cave into that kind of imposter syndrome almost. And then you also got, I honor how I want to feel. Yeah, I think you're really going to want to feel this Ace of Cups and this Page of Cups energy where you're feeling optimistic again and youthful, and you have like that Leo energy again. You finally have that back, and I think you missed it, and I think you really want to just bask in that feeling. So do that, because that's probably going to allow you to accept this Ace of Cups more fully and more wholeheartedly. All right. Okay, let's clarify these. This month is just so heavy for so many signs. There are just so many transformations going on. And so many mindset shifts, okay? So you're not the only one. Nine of Wands. I'm going to take this one because it was peeking out first. Two of Swords. Let's clarify the Four of Swords. Got the Seven of Wands. Yeah, I think you're probably going to feel a bit defensive in December at the beginning. Ten of Swords. The Nine of Swords and the Ten of Pentacles, clarifying the Ten of Swords. Yeah. Page of Cups. Eight of Swords. Let's do one more. One more for that Page of Cups. The Six of Cups, yeah. Moon. The Moon, clarifying the Moon. And the Five of Pentacles. The Ace of Cups. The Emperor, the Tower, the Queen of Swords, the Seven of Pentacles, Seven of Pentacles. The Wheel of Fortune, yeah, that one really wanted to come out. And the Six of Swords. The King of Cups. Yeah, so much fulfillment on the other side. All right, so the Two of Swords, clarifying the Nine of Wands. See how they're kind of, like, it looks like they're kind of in the same setting almost. See those colors? They're both in this, like, desert. You may have really invasive thoughts that try and deter you from moving forward, Leo. I think you're going to have to find this quiet, okay? And you're really going to have to put these crows for me are always like these just like really invasive, loud thoughts that are very hard to control. And they convince you of things that aren't true and aren't rooted in reality. So it could be things from your past, but it's just some sort of negative chatter in your mind that's trying to kind of keep you in the past and keep you in this pain, and maybe convince you that that little bit of optimism that you feel inside isn't, like, you're ridiculous for feeling that, but that's not true. That little sense and little bit of optimism that you've kept and you've had even through all the difficulties is what has brought you all the way here. And it's what's going to bring you to this Ace of Cups. So quiet these thoughts and kind of push them aside, flick them away, and cross over, okay? Cross that wall. You don't want to stay stuck in the past in this kind of bruised state, okay? You want to move forward and heal, right? It may be really almost draining and exhausting for you to quiet those thoughts. And so if you need to, like I said earlier, take that peaceful moment to yourself, okay, maybe first week of December, first little bit of December, you need to just be Leo and be on your own and not really socialize so much, okay? This person is kind of like in their own bubble. They kind of just exude that aura of, I don't really want to talk. Okay, so you may be feeling a little bit defensive. Okay, you did just walk out of a battle or a difficulty. It's been a really rough year, so that's okay. That's okay if you need to kind of sit in that and feel, okay? Feel what you need to feel, like your oracle card said. The Nine of Swords and the Ten of Pentacles, clarifying the Ten of Swords. So, again, I think you really need to hold on to that little bit of optimism that's gotten you this far. You see how there's one crow here that's different from the rest? It's like the crows, all of those crows there are like the negative thoughts and the chatter, and it's almost like maybe this isn't a fresh start. Maybe I can't have this fresh start. That's not true. Okay, listen to the little voice, even if it's quieter, this one here, telling you that you can move on and you can have emotional fulfillment. There's a risk here for Leo to maybe give in to these negative thoughts. And I think you're really going to have to master that balance of kind of moving forward into the light with the darkness inside of you, which is the lessons and the hurt, okay? And the Ten of Pentacles with the Ten of Swords and the Nine of Swords, like, the battle is over, okay? This situation, this hurt, it's done, okay? The 10 means it's done, it's over. It's just up to you now if you want to stay here or if you want to go and move towards the light, towards the Ten of Pentacles. But there's a completion here, so don't convince yourself that it's like not over, or that, like, I feel like you're almost gonna talk yourself into thinking that, oh, but like maybe, what if this isn't really over? It is, okay? A death occurred, a metaphorical death. You are someone new. And you're headed towards this Ten of Pentacles so long as you can quiet that inner chatter. The Eight of Swords and the Six of Cups, clarifying the Page of Cups. The Eight of Swords with the Six of Cups is almost telling me the same message here. Is that I think, Leo, you're going to really have to tap into this Page of Cups, Six of Cups energy here, okay? And see yourself as the Page of Cups. Do the things, like the hobbies that make you feel more energetic and creative and imaginative. Do those things. be more childlike and innocent kind of optimism and hope that you can feel, the better off you'll be. It's almost like this more negative and almost like bitter side of yourself that's maybe hurt is trying to talk you out of like, I feel like you're almost making yourself feel silly for feeling so optimistic about your life. It's like Leo has finally found, like, they may not have everything that they want around them, but it's like you're finally okay with that, and you're like, okay, well, I'm just ready to move forward. But it's like you're really battling with yourself to maintain that, which is understandable. It's not the easiest year to do that, right? The Moon and the Five of Pentacles. So this door here is getting illuminated, right? It's in the darkness that you're going to find your answer, Leo. You're going to have to go really inward, and you're going to have to go really deep within, and you're probably going to have to ask yourself some really difficult questions. But once you do that, it's like the answer's right there. You see the key, how it's right there. The key that this woman needs to open that door is right in front of her. She can't see it though, because she has her head down. So just try your best not to get lost in whatever comes to light and whatever you uncover, okay? I think whatever truth kind of clicks for you in December, again, it's like you're hesitating. Do I walk through the door with this profound knowledge that I found in having to go really deep? Do I move forward with that, or do I kind of just feel stuck in all of it? Follow your intuition before it makes sense. Get quiet. Follow your heart and follow your gut. So this Ace of Cups, it could be an Emperor energy. It can be a business partner, a business opportunity. Could be someone older, someone really passionate and fiery. Think Aries energy, okay? Fire energy. I think they're really going to motivate you. This Ace of Cups is truly going to motivate you. And it's almost like when this person comes into your life, or this opportunity or venture is offered to you through the Ace of Cups, you almost kind of pause and you sit there a moment. Remember what I said? You're going to feel really shocked. You're not going to believe this is happening. And it's like you're looking at this tower from this tower moment and this Ace of Cups from like this high vantage point. And it's like you're really considering like, what is happening? Like, how is this happening to me? It's almost like you're doubting if you've really grown enough to accept this. But you have. And you're probably going to have to really embody that Queen of Swords energy and just take what you know is yours. Like, the Queen of Swords doesn't apologize for things that she knows that she's worked for and earned, right? So you may have to be really confident when this Ace of Cups presents itself. Okay, your confidence is really going to be tested. And you're going to have to trust the process, okay? Trust that even if it feels like abrupt and too soon, it's not. You got the Wheel of Fortune. This is exactly how it was supposed to unfold and manifest itself, okay? And it's because you've gone really deep within with the moon. Okay, it's not like Leo has just been doing nothing. Like, you've been doing the work. You've got really quiet and you've walked through that darkness. And so the universe is rewarding you for that. So don't question it too long. Okay, because you're also going to have to be very active in accepting it. Okay? You got the King of Cups clarifying the Six of Swords. So to me, this says that Leo is going to just have to tap into that inner knowing and that intuition. And even if you don't have all the answers or fully understand everything that's unfolding right now, you just have to move forward into calmer waters and trust that you are moving in the right direction. Okay? Follow your intuition before it makes sense. The King of Cups follows his intuition. Follows his intuition fully. Because he knows it will never betray him. So get on that boat and take that ride forward, okay? Please don't question this Ace of Cups for too long or too much. I would hate to see you talk yourself out of it. All right, Leo, that's everything. Thank you so much for watching. Have an amazing December. I wish you nothing but the best, and I'll see you next month. Take care. Hello, lovely Virgos. So, right off the bat, I can just already see that Virgo is working really hard. And this is obviously nothing new. But I feel like you're working so hard that maybe you're missing something. So you got the Eight of Pentacles, followed by the Seven of Swords, and then you have the Three of Coins. Just right off the bat in the first row. And then at the center of your reading, you got the King of Pentacles. So it feels like you have your head down so much to the point that you're forgetting to look behind you almost. Is there something that Virgo is missing? Is there something that Virgo is forgetting to consider, to take into account? The answer is going to be different for every single one of you, but I have this urge to say that maybe you need to look up for a moment and maybe not have your head so down. I mean, Virgos always work hard. They're always working hard. They're always putting in the work. They don't mind putting their head down if they have to. But there can be a tendency for Virgo to do this so much so that they don't always see what's outside or what's around them or something that's right underneath their nose. But I feel like you're making your dreams come true. You have the Magician. And you're putting in all this work because you know you need to in order to get to where you need to be and to have that life you envision. You are the Magician, whether you see it or not. You already have everything that you need. You're already making the moves to accomplish all your goals and all of your dreams. And I feel like you are the King of Pentacles in this reading. You also have Judgment here, so it seems to me that maybe what you're missing, maybe what you need to look up and see is this second chance. It's some sort of second chance at something. It could also be an opportunity, something that's going to completely change the way you see your world, the people around you. Because you also have Death and the Three of Wands. But you also have the Hangman. So I feel like whatever transformation is happening, and I think it could be tied to work, it's going to have a completely transformative effect on your life. But I don't know that you're going to see that right away with the Hangman here. I think it's going to actually take Virgo a minute to realize even what they've accomplished, to realize maybe that they are getting a second chance. But it's going to change who you are on a bare bones, deep level. Yeah, you got the Ace of Swords here at the bottom of the deck. So it almost feels like there's this truth or this opportunity that is literally going to present itself to you. It's going to be so obvious, it's going to be so honest, it's going to be so clear. And even with all of that, I don't know that you're going to see it right away or notice it right away. You're almost going to question if it's real or if it's honest. And you may need to see things from a different perspective than what you're used to. You may need to channel that Magician energy and be that confident Virgo that not everyone always can see. But Virgos have this inner confidence that I don't think a lot of people understand. And that's because they're not always very loud about how confident they are, or they're not always very loud in their confidence. But Virgos they have almost like this inner knowing, and it's very hard to shake. Not many people can influence that inner knowing that Virgos have. But aside from all of that, and taking into account all that you already do know, because you do work hard, there are still things that Virgo doesn't know. So you may need to look at this opportunity, this truth, this conversation from a different perspective. You may need to take more of a bird's eye view and not get so bogged down in the details, right? Because I think that's what's happening. So December feels very much like Virgo working very, very hard. And they're focused, they're driven. But I want Virgos to pay attention. And I want them to see and listen to what others are really telling you. Or what opportunities are you being offered? Because to me, it feels like there's something really big here, but again, you're having trouble seeing it. And that could be for many reasons. It could be because you're so used to being in this zone of hard work. This year has been really hard. I know for myself, I've almost taken working hard as a coping mechanism of sorts, which is very Virgo-like. Are you keeping your head down? Are you working really, really hard to avoid something? Regardless, it's going to come out. So I don't think you have to worry too much. And I feel like it's something actually really special, and it's going to be really important to your life and who you are as a person. So you don't have to worry too much, because even if you are working hard, even if you do have your head down, I think it's still going to be obvious enough that you'll be able to grab it. But you do then have to make that conscious effort to accept it, right? Your oracle cards you got: I let go of the shadow of the past by seeing someone for the first time with the eyes of love. Yeah, it's almost like you could also be distracted because you're stuck in the past. And so maybe that's what's making it so difficult to see this new opportunity or this new truth or this new person, because you're too busy looking backwards. Is there something that you need to let go of from your past in order to see someone new for the first time with fresh new eyes, with an open heart? That's so funny that it's an I, because I was just saying that you're really going to have to see whatever this is, Virgo. You're going to have to truly look up. I know we love details, but you're going to have to really look up, and you're going to have to see this opportunity, this conversation, and really understand, like work to understand what it is and see how good it is for you. Because I honestly think it's going to change your life. And then you also got Inner Earth, you'll survive this. New solutions and beginnings. Yeah. Lots of rebirth, lots of new beginnings. It's almost like you're seeing the world in a completely new way with brand new eyes. And it's like you're getting something, like something's going to click for Virgo this month. All right, let's clarify these cards here. Let's clarify the Eight of Pentacles here. Oh, what happened there? And I felt so, not anxious, but I was so in my head before this reading. It was really in my head. The Hermit. Clarifying the Eight of Pentacles. Of course. Just clarify. Swords. Nine of Wands. Three of Pentacles. Got the Fool. Clarify the Magician here. Before this reading, I kept just, it was almost like really bad daydreaming, but, you know, daydreaming is usually pretty positive. It felt just like, Virgos probably know what I mean when I say this, just like when you're so in your head and in your thoughts that you can't even see what's in front of you. Exactly. Like, you just need to get out of your head, Virgo. You need to get out of your head this month. So, clarifying the Magician, we have the Page of Pentacles, Seven of Swords, and the Chariot. I'm going to need a bigger table. All right, let's clarify the King of Pentacles, which I feel is you. I don't know that this is someone else. The Magician, again. Judgment, Page of Swords. Yeah, there's going to be some form of communication that like catches you so off guard that you're not even going to believe it. Let's do the Three of Wands. The Queen of Wands. Beautiful. The Hangman. Eight of Pentacles again, and then the Five of Pentacles. And then finally, let's clarify Death. All right, sorry, my video stopped there for a sec, I think because I got a call. But I was just clarifying Death, and we got the World. Honestly, Virgo, this is like a beautiful reading. So you got the Hermit clarifying the Eight of Pentacles, and to me that just reinforces what I was saying before about just being really, really in your own world, really to yourself, which is fine. I think Virgos are, especially right now, really comfortable in that space. Not all of you, but some of you, a lot of you. But I think this month, it's okay to start out that way maybe, but I think you need to pull yourself out of that at a certain point. Because you have the Fool here, clarifying the Three of Pentacles. So you're going to have to step out. You're going to have to step out and you're going to have to take that chance. This girl in this photo here, she's kind of leaning back and her eyes are closed, but she's still kind of about to fall into this body of water here. So even if that's how you kind of get there, Virgo, where you need to be, like over here we have the Chariot, it's going to be a progression, but you know, if you kind of need to get there a little bit more slowly, that's okay too, as long as you take that jump. You have the Nine of Wands here, clarifying the Seven of Swords. And to me, the imagery is crazy because I just feel like it's speaking to what I was saying before so well, but she's kind of like glancing over, but she has these wands covered in front of her. It's almost like you start out really heads down, working really hard. You know, you're that typical hermit Virgo. But then you realize, it's like you see something. You see this little spark here. You take notice of this spark. And you're like, wait a minute. And for some of you, that's going to be a spark that you'll follow to grow. And for others of you, it could be almost like a spark from the past that maybe you're paying too much attention to. But then you take this leap. Even though you're working really hard, you're like, okay, let me take that jump. Let's see where I go. You have the Page of Pentacles, Seven of Swords, and the Chariot, clarifying the Magician. So it's like, yeah, you take that jump and then you're like, oh, okay. It's like you see something. There's something there when you finally look up. And the moment that happens, the moment you take that chance and you channel this Magician energy, it's like full speed ahead with the Chariot. You kind of just take off. And the Seven of Swords here to me for some reason feels like just that like inner chatter. You know that inner chatter Virgos get? Kind of what I was speaking to earlier, like where it's just there's so much of that inner chatter that you don't even know where to move, you don't even know what step to take. This is what this feels like. So you gotta some way figure out how to kind of quiet that down at least. And I know it's hard, especially for Virgos, but there are ways that you can quiet it down at the very least. Because if you can do that, you have the Magician again, just completely reinforcing the King of Pentacles. Like, this is you. This is you listening to that inner knowing. And it's kind of like you have the world in your hands and you almost don't realize it. I'm gonna organize this a bit. Then you have Judgment, and clarifying Judgment was the Page of Swords. I honestly feel like some form of communication is just you're going to pause. and you're going to question it. But it's going to be really clear. Like, I think it's going to be crystal clear. Whatever this truth, this clarity is, it's going to force you to take notice and to kind of be like, oh, okay. Maybe I can have this. Maybe this is an option. Could even be coming from an air sign. I'm getting like heavy air energy right now. And then clarifying the Three of Wands was the Queen of Wands. Like, this is a beautiful energy right here. But it requires that you, one, believe in yourself, and that two, you channel this Queen of Wands energy and you not only work hard like the King of Pentacles, but you also have fun and share your passions and speak and be loud about it, even if that's scary sometimes. Again, you have the world in your hands right here. And it's like she's grabbing that opportunity and she's like, wow, it's so close. It's so within reach. Oh, wait, it's already mine. But you're going to have to step back, not get so bogged down in the details, and really look at whatever this is from a really high vantage point so that you don't get so stuck in your head about it and overthink it and then in turn not accept it. Okay, you're only going to be able to accept this if you channel the Queen of Wands. She's vibrant, she's passionate. She just accepts all the wonderful things that come her way. And then under the Hangman, we have the Eight of Pentacles again and the Five of Pentacles. This right here is exactly like, this is my Virgo card. This one right here. I feel like this is such a Virgo. Just like in your little cocoon, so happy, so peaceful in that cocoon and just working hard. And being totally at peace and okay with that. The Five of Pentacles is telling me that you have this huge door open, or not open, sorry. You have this huge door in front of you and you have the key right there. But it's like you're hesitating. You're hesitating because you're not looking up, you're looking down. And so you're distracted almost. It could be because, again, you're working too hard. You need to look at things differently, the Hangman. You need to look at something very differently than what you're used to. You need to step outside of your comfort zone and look up and see that the key is right there. The key is right there. The key that she needs to unlock this door is right there. But she can't see it because she's looking down. So don't do that. And with death, I mean, we have the world. Like, what more is there to say about that? You're completing a cycle, one that probably fed into this chatter in your head. But you're beginning a new chapter. You're becoming probably who you're meant to be. And you're going to be empowered to make the decisions that you want to make. I feel like Virgo's finding their confidence again in a really big and important way. It's almost like you're remembering who you are. And sometimes we do need to look in the past in order to do that. We need to reflect and we need to look back to be like, wow, like I really did go through all of that, and all of that shaped me into who I am and what I'm doing right now. You know, the past can be painful, but I mean, It's painful for a reason. Sometimes that's the only way we can learn the lesson, is when it hurts really bad. And usually we can only kind of look back fondly on that later because we're not in agonizing pain anymore. But I'm going to pull one more card to end off the reading. And yep, I feel like this just completely, they just flew out. I love when that happens. The moment you, this imagery is so consistent. Like, look, they're covering their face again. They can't see. The moment you stop the anxiety and the chatter and just that self-talk that Virgo has, that like they're not good enough and oh, I was so stupid, why did I make that stupid mistake that nobody even took notice of? The moment you can put that to sleep, literally put that to rest, is the moment that you're going to be able to accept whatever this Ace of Pentacles is, whatever the Ace of Swords is, okay? So just believe in yourself. This is a new beginning. It's a new solution. I like that wording. New solutions. Virgos like solutions. We like things that work and that are worthwhile. We don't like putting our energy in other things. But the minute you can let go and kind of nod to the past but not let it have so much power over you is when I think you're going to be ready for this. Whatever this new conversation, opportunity, job, person, whatever it is, the moment you can put all of that other stuff to rest and that inner chatter to rest, you're going to be ready for this. So all right, Virgos, that's everything for today. Thank you so much for watching and have an amazing, amazing December. You got this. Hi, Libra. So for the month of December, I think Libra is working extremely hard. And I feel like you just have a lot of this badass energy for December. Like I just keep hearing like the boss, like Libra's the boss in the month of December. You got in the first row of your reading the Lovers, the Eight of Pentacles, and the Two of Pentacles. And I already felt while I was shuffling that Libra's going to have to make a really big decision this month. And so that decision could be tied to a partnership. It could be a love decision. Or it could be tied to work. So I think love and work is really going to be a focus for you in December. And the reason why I say the decision might be tied to work is because you have the Eight of Pentacles here. So that's really my card for, you know, like heads down, almost to the point of excess, right? Just think kind of like workaholic. I don't always see it that way, but a lot of signs this month have that energy of just kind of heads down, kind of in the zone, working really, really hard. Almost as a means of distraction. But I don't think you're going to be able to stay in that space of the Eight of Pentacles too long I think it's going to bring you, bring you closer to this decision that you have to make. So you're really going to be juggling what the right move is to make and where exactly you should go in regards to this choice or this decision or this person even. It could be a relationship that you've worked really hard at. And so it seems like there's a natural choice that needs to be made at this stage in the relationship or the connection or the friendship. It could be tied to work where you've been kind of in such a zone with work that this opportunity presents itself to you, or this this opportunity might come up, and you're really going to have to think about if you want to take that or not, if you want to jump on it. You might be really comfortable with where you are right now, and so you might not really be sure, like, should I really take this? Should I act on this? Should I really make this decision? But there's almost like a life-changing decision that you're going to have to make in December. And you may be in a bit of an uncertain state for a little bit. Kind of like, left, right, what should I do? And that's okay. I think you should kind of juggle maybe the different options that you have. And it's okay if Libra needs to think about it a while. Whatever decision you do make, though, I think it's going to lead you really wonderful places because you have the Ace of Cups here. So probably around the middle of the month, you're going to finally decide. You're going to finally make a choice. And the reason why I think it could also really be tied to a connection, this decision, because it is the Ace of Cups, right? You're going to feel overwhelming love and joy and peace. You're going to receive that in return once you make your decision, once you choose. It's like the moment Libra decides what they want, they get everything they've ever wanted. The job, the person. And once that decision is made, you have the Ten of Swords here at the center of your reading, which doesn't scare me at all. A lot of signs are getting this energy this month, and it's just because December is going to be so pivotal and life-changing in a lot of ways. Libra has the eclipse happening in their third house of communication. So a lot of focus on how they communicate with others. Venus is going to be in your third house on December 15th. The sun is going to be in your fourth on the 21st when the Great Conjunction happens. So, and also in your fifth house. So just so many things are happening that it's no wonder so many signs are getting the Ten of Swords. The full moon is also at the very end of the month happening in your 10th house of career. So this decision, even if it is more closely tied to an individual or a connection, I feel like no matter what, it's going to have almost like a domino effect too on other parts of your life. So like your career. Which makes sense, right? Because it's the Ace of Cups. Usually when we get the Ace of Cups and also the Ten of Swords, it's like almost like a death happens. A chapter closes and it's like this whole new clean slate and this whole new wave of love, right? So I think it's like you gain this confidence to make this choice and to act. And it's like you become this totally balanced Libra with Temperance here. You're like, okay, no, I'm closing the door on the past, all these different swords that were in my back. Okay, they serve their purpose, I learned from them, but now I'm done with that. And I'm going to accept this Ace of Cups. And it's like a lot of give and take with either this job, this promotion, this person. Okay, it's going to be really balanced and really rewarding. And you're going to feel really at peace with it. Like, I think Libra's going to feel really balanced as soon as they can make this decision and just peaceful, right? At peace with their choice and their decision, which is all a Libra can ask for, right? Is that knowledge that they've made the right decision. But I think you will. I think you will make the right decision. So you have the Two of Cups here as well, and it's almost like Lovers, Ace of Cups, Two of Cups. Okay, so pay attention to the connections around you. Pay attention to how people are communicating with you. Take notice of any intense conversations or even just passion that you're receiving from someone else, okay? Because it does feel like there's this really, really important, significant, pure connection that you have in your life. And it's almost like motivating you to act and make a choice. This Two of Cups here could even be a really significant and life-changing conversation that you have with someone really important in your life, someone who kind of stirs emotions in you, okay? Whoever that is. And it's like, it just makes things right, this conversation. And it's almost as if it pops out of thin air, the Ace of Wands. And it could be that this decision that you make here is really integral to you and who you are as a person. And as a result of that, and as a result of all this self-love that you're feeling from that choice and that move and that new path, that it leads to you getting closer with someone in your life or closer to this opportunity and career. But there's almost like a conversation that happens that just kind of makes everything okay by the end of the month. Because it feels like a lot of energy. It's going to be Libra's going to be in their head, okay? But don't stay there too long. You need to come back to your heart. And I think you're really going to need to be vulnerable when you have this conversation. And it could even be that you're having this conversation with an emperor. Maybe an emperor is presenting an offer to you. Maybe this is a company that you've always wanted to work at. And they're offering you this, and you're having this interview, this conversation, and it just like changes your life and it makes things right. Maybe it's a really important emotional connection in your life. Maybe the Emperor signifies someone. So Aries, think Aries energy, a go-getter. They could even be a bit older. Okay, the Emperor isn't afraid to go after what they want. They have usually everything they need. And this could also just be Libra feeling like a boss. Like, I really think once Libra makes this choice, they're like, wow, like, okay, that's what happens when I decide. All of these things come my way when I finally make that important decision. Okay, maybe I can keep doing this. And then your oracle cards were, I choose to learn through love. Yeah, kind of what I was saying with the Ace of Cups. Like, really listen to your intuition. Libras aren't all head, right? They're not always in their head. Libras are really in touch with their heart and what their heart says and what their heart wants. So just listen to that. Through prayer and meditation, I create a ripple effect of peace in the world. Yeah, that's wow. And almost like the same choice of words that I was saying, like this choice is going to have a ripple effect. It's going to have a domino effect on the rest of your life and on your sense of peace, your inner peace, and the peace around you. So the moment you make this decision, you're going to feel at peace and you're going to feel so balanced. And it's like, yeah, it has a complete effect on every single different aspect of your life. Career, romance, friendships, home, family. And then you got perspective. None of this matters. Zoom out, common ground. Yeah, you may need to look at things while kind of juggling all your different thoughts and different paths you can take. You may have to zoom out a bit. Try not to get so bogged down in all the little details, okay? Maybe you're going to need to find common ground with a company or a person. But just, Libra, whatever you decide is going to be the right choice, okay? You, like, really, truly, none of this matters because no matter what we decide, the universe is going to then align with that decision, right? And we're going to be provided with all the things that we need regardless, okay? So don't stress too much about this decision, okay? You might need to think about it a while, which is fine, but don't let it consume you to the point where you feel like maybe you can't move, okay? Or maybe like, okay, maybe I'm just going to stay working really hard and I'm not even going to decide. Nope, I don't want to decide. Okay, don't do that. I'm going to clarify these. I'm shocked the Eight of Wands didn't come out, to be honest, because this energy feels so quick. December is going to fly by, I think. There's so much like quick, life-changing energy going on right now. All right, let's clarify the Lovers. Five of Wands. Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of inner conflict about some choice you have to make. It's like, you know, you've been avoiding it. Eight of Pentacles. A Star. The Two of Pentacles. death, rebirth. This choice is, yeah, it's going to be a death and a rebirth. It's going to change everything. Ace of Cups. I think Libra's just finally maybe working up the nerve to ask for what they've always wanted. Ace of Cups, we got the Seven of Swords and the Six of Cups. The Ten of Swords. The Nine of Pentacles. Temperance. Oh, too many. Take this. Have the King of Wands and the Devil. Clarifying Temperance. Two of Cups. The Lovers. Wow, again. The Ace of Wands. Five of Swords. The Emperor. I think Libra's biggest issue this month is going to be getting out of their head. The Emperor. Emperor. Too many. So the Three of Wands and the High Priestess, clarifying the Emperor. Look at what is at the bottom of both of the decks. The Two of Swords. Decide. You gotta decide, Libra. And I think you're gonna have to get really quiet with yourself. Okay? Step away if you have to. So the Five of Wands, clarifying the Lovers. This is inner conflict, okay? It could be, could also be maybe outside conflict. I don't think it's going to have a huge impact on you, though. That maybe triggers this sense that you have to make a choice. Like, maybe you've been avoiding it so long that it's like, all right, it's getting to the point where it's chaotic and it's affecting me and it's causing inner conflict for me. I just need to make a decision. Then you also have the Star here, clarifying the Eight of Pentacles. So almost like, yeah, that same energy. Like, I honestly feel like there's going to be almost like this spark, okay, that pulls you out of this heads down, working really hard, kind of avoiding the outside world. It pulls you out of that. And it reminds you of something. It could remind you of a connection that you have in your life, maybe that you've been neglecting or avoiding. But mainly, I think it's just going to remind you and lead you to finally make a decision. And a really important choice. Because you know deep down inside that it is going to have an amazing effect on your life. even if it is scary, even if it is, even if it's going to cause a lot of change in your life. You know deep down inside that this is going to make your dreams come true. It's going to fulfill all your wishes. Okay? Because I think it's tied to a really significant part of who you are, really profound piece of you that it's kind of going to change the way you walk in the world and act. It could be prepping you for more easily in the future making these sorts of decisions, okay? And yeah, death, rebirth, what I was saying before, clarifying the Two of Pentacles, like, yeah, you know that this is going to kind of cause almost like a little death within you in the best way possible, leading in turn to rebirth. Like, you know something has to change, Libra. You know you have to flip the switch, okay? And you have the Seven of Swords and the Six of Cups, clarifying the Ace of Cups. So, the Seven of Swords to me is that inner chatter, okay? I was telling Virgo this too. Don't feed into that inner chatter, okay? What was I saying about the Ace of Cups? You're going to have to listen to your heart here, and you're going to have to listen to your own self-worth and your own value. Don't let this inner chatter and this negative self-talk convince you of anything, really. All that does is it delays our journey, that inner chatter. Like, you're going to get there anyway, but try not to let it delay you, okay? That inner self-talk. Get really in touch with almost like that childlike innocence, okay? Where we received love, we received love and we didn't really question it. We didn't question if it was valid or true. We knew that it was because that inner knowing told us so. That amazing self-value and sense of self-worth. It told us that, no, what do you mean? Of course this is real, the real deal. Okay? You may need to really listen to that. Almost like that childlike voice in your head. Listen to that voice, not the negative one telling you false things, okay? And the Nine of Pentacles, clarifying the Ten of Swords. I think whatever choice you have to make, and once you close this chapter in your life, whatever it is, could be an old way of doing things, could be negative self-talk, that battle is over, okay? I think you're going to be feeling really, in addition to confident, I think you're going to be feeling really independent, okay? And maybe that's why this connection shows up, because you finally feel like, okay, I got this on my own. I'm feeling like the boss. I don't really need any outside influences or anything really to get me there, almost. The Nine of Pentacles, she is completely content on her own, okay? She's thriving on her own. And it's like once you realize this, that you can make this choice and that you do have enough self-love to make that choice, you just thrive. And then the King of Wands, Again, yeah, you really could have a fire energy in your life. Aries, Sag, Leo, and then the Devil. Clarifying Temperance. To me, this feels like Libra has two very different paths that they could walk. One of them leads to temperance, okay? One of them leads to inner peace and balance and just that inner knowing, okay? One brings you closer to your intuition, which I think is the the King of Wands. And I think the other is, do you see here? It's like he's holding a little puppet string there. The other path, which is like the inner chatter path, keeps you in your head. And it doesn't really bring you any closer to your purpose and your heart's desires, okay? Get really quiet. Take a step back if you have to. And follow the light, right? The Lovers clarifying the Two of Cups is telling me that the choice that you have to make at the beginning of the month is truly going to impact this connection, okay? And it's deeply tied to either this connection, this conversation, okay, or this opportunity. It really is that ripple effect that we were discussing earlier. And it's going to bring you closer to a sense of wholeness, okay? The Five of Swords, clarifying the Ace of Wands, is telling me to tell you not to doubt. Don't doubt the Ace of Wands. Don't convince yourself that it's deceiving you. Don't doubt whether it's true or not, okay? Remember the Six of Cups. Really stay in touch with your that inner knowing, the voice that speaks on behalf of your heart, okay? Listen to that. Don't let this inner chatter convince you that, is this even, well, maybe it's not as great as it looks. It is. It is. And the High Priestess and the Three of Wands clarifying the Emperor. The closer you get to this Emperor energy, so whether it be a person or just that inner confidence, that feeling of, wow, I'm a boss, like you're going to be able to see your entire future in front of you. And you're going to see it as feasible and possible. The High Priestess tells me you need to listen to your intuition and you need to listen to your heart. That's the only way this is going to happen, is if you can quiet your mind enough to listen and become the High Priestess, okay? The High Priestess knows everything's going to work out. She has that inner knowing. You do too, Libra. You have that inner knowing. You just need to quiet your mind enough to get there, all right? Okay. That's everything for December. Have a beautiful month. You're going to be great. You're going to do great. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next month. Bye. Hello, Hello, Scorpio. Welcome to your December reading. So I feel like there's kind of a lot going on here. Your first card, well, the center of your reading is a Seven of Swords, but for some reason I'm focusing more on the Hierophant here, which is the first card that came out. And there's almost a lot of imagery that I'm getting about a threshold, and you're passing this threshold in December. And the Hierophant, to me, it's representing almost like a sense of freedom that you're reaching in December. I think you're going to be doing things in a sort of unconventional way in December and moving forward. It may not be the traditional way of doing things. It may not be what's expected of you. And I think it's been a long time coming. Like, I think you wanted to do something sort of not in that traditional, conventional way. And it's taken you a while to maybe feel like you're in a place to kind of be free and go about it in your own way. Kind of how you always wanted to do it. But the Empress and the Sun here is telling me that the moment that you do that, you're going to be set free. I feel like you're crossing this wall and this threshold, and you're becoming completely free. And you're also feeling so just feminine and in touch with your intuition. It's almost like when you finally decide to do things your own way, the way you want to do them, you become this Empress energy. For some of you, not all of you, this could even be about pregnancy, which I don't often see. I mean, the Empress is, she does represent that fertility, but it's not very often that I will read that card that way. So if pregnancy is something that you are working towards, that could be happening. But for those of you who don't have that on your mind at all, I think you're just really embodying this Empress energy. So you're feeling creative, you're feeling ultra feminine. It's just very passionate and nurturing and loving, which Scorpios really are. And the Page of Cups, I'm more so seeing it as just kind of a reinforcement of this intuitive, nurturing side of yourself that you're getting closer to. It's like you're getting in touch again with all those really soft, intuitive parts of yourself. I think you're feeling really carefree. I think you're feeling free, period. like there's a freedom that you're gaining again. You're coming back to this sense of freedom within yourself, and just about the way you go about doing things in life. You're not really looking so much to authority anymore, or maybe that traditional way of doing things. You are carving your own path, and you're doing it so well. You're the empress as you do that. And the sun is shining, and you're so in touch with that soft side of Scorpio, right? The one that Scorpio doesn't necessarily show just anyone. But they do really have this playful, fun, carefree side. I think you're really in touch with your intuition, and you also got the Queen of Cups, which is, again, reinforcing that femininity and that really soft emotional side of Scorpio. I think maybe for a majority of the year, the past couple of months, you felt like there were too many obligations and sort of conventional duties that you had to take care of. And so maybe you didn't feel it very in touch with that feminine side of yourself. Maybe you didn't really feel emotional or intuitive. But it seems to me that you're gonna have to face something, some sort of, it can be something traditional, something very conventional, something that's difficult to kind of go against. You're almost going to have to face this structure, if you will, of sorts, and kind of look it in the face and say, no, I'm not going to do it that way. I'm going to do it my way. My way has gotten me this far, so I'm going to keep doing that. And I'm not going to do things the way that everyone expects me to do them, or that society expects me to do them. It's going to look a little different for you, whatever this journey is, or whatever this choice is you have to make. But you're going to look great doing it. It's really, really going to bring you back to that feminine side of yourself. And that's how you know it's going to be the right decision. The Seven of Swords here. So I think you're going to get a message of some kind. You're going to get some form of communication. You got the Knight of Cups and the Page of Swords. And I'm not seeing the Seven of Swords here as deception. It's so funny. This card has come out for so many other signs this month. And it's telling me that whatever this message or news that you're going to get in December, I think it's going to be a little warped at first, if that makes sense. You're almost not going to understand it when you first hear it. And it's going to come as a result of this newfound freedom and this new path that you're taking. But you're almost going to receive this. You're almost not going to realize it's a message at first, or a sort of opportunity at first. There's going to be a lot of confusion around what this message is trying to tell you. But I do think it's going to clear up. You have the Sun above the Knight of Cups here. there's going to be a moment when this message becomes very clear. But in that clarity, I think you're also going to realize that it's not going to happen right away. Whatever's on the other end of this message. Whatever this Knight of Cups brings to you, be it an opportunity, a cup of love, or just this very clear message that could even impact your finances in a positive way, I think. You're going to finally understand it, but I think it's almost one of those things that you have to be like, oh, okay, I get this. I understand what's being told to me, but I understand that I also need to be patient. It's not just going to happen overnight. It's almost like a slow progression and buildup of something. And when you can kind of sit in peace about that, about this Knight of Cups message or connection, when you realize like, oh, okay, yeah, it doesn't need to happen overnight and I don't need it right away. And when you can find your peace within that, it's like, okay, Scorpio has completely reached and become who they're meant to become. I think you're going to come face to face with yourself in a really profound way in December. And you're more so going to learn how to channel that patience and be okay with kind of things just flowing to you the way that they're meant to come to you, right? The Queen of Cups, she's so completely at peace and just content because she knows in her intuition, she has this inner knowing that tells her that everything's going to work out and what's meant to be hers will be hers, even if it's not happening tomorrow. She already knows it's going to come eventually, and that's what this Knight of Cups is telling me. Like, just remember that if it doesn't happen right away, it doesn't mean it's not going to happen at all. So don't let that, maybe this lack of immediacy, don't let that convince you that this isn't something really special that's unfolding here. And it's like the moment that clicks for you, it's like, oh, okay, then it arrives. It's like that certainty arrives. And that inner knowing, it just, once it clicks, that's it. It's there to stay. Whatever this Knight of Cups connection, message, whatever it is, or truth, I think it's deeply tied to this King of Pentacles. So you could have someone in your life, a friend, a love interest, a family member who really embodies that King of Pentacles energy, which is, I think they really ground you. And I think they are extremely supportive of you in your endeavors, and they see everything you're doing here, and they're so confident in you and your abilities. It's like they've kind of been waiting for you to make this, to break free of this for so long. They've been waiting patiently. The King of Pentacles is good at waiting patiently. And maybe they've taught you a thing or two about having that patience, you know, kind of waiting things out. Waiting for something of value. Because often the things that are the most valuable take time. And then for your oracle cards, you got portal, doors are opening, you decide, rewards, wild card. Now there's a lot of this threshold kind of doorway, passageway, new path imagery and messaging here. It's like you're about to walk through this new portal and this new doorway. You have to make that decision though. You decide. You have to be an active agent in your life here. And you need to decide if it's worth it, which I think it is, to take that chance and to do things in a different way. And then here you got obstacles or detours in the right direction. Yeah. I think you've probably had to go through a lot of obstacles and detours in order to get here, and also to realize that a change needs to be made. A new path needs to be forged. All right, I'm going to clarify these. A lot of signs are coming back to themselves in December, which makes a lot of sense with everything that's going on in the stars. So for Scorpios, the sun is transiting your second house, your third house. So money, finances, communication, your possessions, the things that you value, your self-worth, all of these things are going to be at the forefront in December. All right, the Hierophant. Let's clarify the Hierophant. The Queen of Swords and the Hangman. The Empress. I think a lot of people, a lot of signs this year are rethinking the way that they've always done things. A lot of people are realizing that they need to do things in a different way. Yeah, Death, Rebirth came out to clarify the Empress, the Sun. Let's clarify the Sun. Five of Wands, Page of Cups, Temperance, the King of Swords, and the King of Pentacles again, clarifying the Page of Cups. The Seven of Swords, the Knight of Pentacles, Knight of Cups, Knight of Cups, Knight of Cups, Knight of Cups. The Knight of Wands, so much Knight energy, wow. Queen of Cups. Let's clarify the Queen of Cups. Justice. Justice, clarifying the Queen of Cups. Let's see the Page of Swords. The Magician. And then the King of Pentacles. The Four of Cups, yeah. And the Four of Cups actually was at the bottom of the deck for the first shuffle. So, clarifying the Hierophant, you have the Queen of Swords and the Hanged Man. So, what this is telling me is that one, you are going to have to look at things from a completely different perspective, right? I think you're going to have to get creative in how you approach things here. And again, just because it doesn't happen right away doesn't mean change isn't happening beneath the surface, right? But I think you're really going to have to channel this Queen of Swords energy, which is the Queen of Swords isn't scared of authority, or the Queen of Swords isn't scared to say, no, that isn't how I'm going to do things. I'm going to do things my way. And they'll be brutally honest about that. Not in a mean way, but a Queen of Swords can really be just very blunt and very truthful. And so I think that's how you're going to have to face this Hierophant here. And you may have to get really honest with yourself. And that honesty is then what could lead to this kind of new perspective. And that new perspective is what leads to this sense of freedom, this newfound freedom. It's like this girl is hanging upside down and looking at things from this upside down perspective, but look at the light there. It's like completely enlightening, right? And death and rebirth over the Empress is exactly, it's just this, the moment this happens, this new perspective and this new path that you take, a rebirth happens where you are almost reborn into this Empress. A death of the old way of doing things and the old you that maybe did things more conventionally, and that isn't always a bad thing. There's a reason why tradition exists, but in this situation, a death almost happens to that old you, and a rebirth happens, a really significant one, that leads you to this Empress. The Empress understands fully who she is. She knows exactly what she wants, and she knows that she's feminine and intuitive and emotional, and she knows that that's fine, and that's what makes her the Empress, right? And the Five of Wands clarifying the Sun. it might not all be rainbows and butterflies. Okay? Sometimes when we stand up for ourselves and we speak our truth and we change, sometimes not everyone likes that. But I don't think you're going to care. Like, you are so illuminated and so filled with joy at this new freedom that you found that I don't even think you're going to care at maybe other people's opinions, any outside conflict that may be going on around you. I don't think it's going to impact you at all, really. But that's normal, right? That happens often when we decide to speak our truth. Sometimes people around us are like, "Oh, really? Like, that's what you're going to do?" But you're the Empress, right? You're the Empress, so your response to that is, yes, that is what I'm going to do. And you're going to be so confident in that. That this Five of Wands energy, it's like water off a duck's back. It's not even going to faze you. It's no match for the Sun energy or the Empress energy. And clarifying the Page of Cups is Temperance, the King of Swords, and the King of Pentacles. So I think, like I was saying before, you're coming back to this balance within yourself, right? And I feel like you almost are going to have to juggle. It could be two parts of yourself, maybe that more blunt and honest side of yourself with maybe this more intuitive, responsible, reliable side of yourself. I feel like the best qualities of the King of Swords and the King of Pentacles are kind of coming to the forefront here. And it's like you're learning how to be the Scorpio you always were, which can be quite similar to the King of Pentacles here. Very intuitive, inner knowing, super in touch with your emotions, even if you're not very expressive about them or of them. Like that side of yourself is meeting this newfound side of yourself that's similar to the King of Swords, which is almost like an Aquarian energy. Just extremely, extremely honest. Honest to the point that type of honesty that like not everyone can take. But don't forget to keep that more playful side of yourself as well, right? Scorpio is so special because of their capacity for emotion and empathy, right? So it's almost like you're kind of like on this roll, like, yep, like finally free. Like I stuck to my truth and I was brutally honest, and that's what brought me this newfound freedom. But that's amazing. But now you just enjoy that freedom, right? I feel like there's a risk here for maybe Scorpio feeling like they have to maybe be someone that they're not, but you're not realizing that it's who you've always been, and it's always been a part of you. You're just more in touch with it now. Okay? We are full of multitudes, and we all have so many different sides of ourselves, right? And they can all coexist. That's okay. The King of Pentacles clarifying the Seven of Swords. Yeah, it's like this this initial message or communication, it's like really slow at first. The Knight of Pentacles is just telling me that just be patient. Just be really, really patient with whatever this communication is, because again, it's going to become really, really clear. You just have to be patient. The first time around, it's not going to be clear. You're not going to be able to decipher it that well. The Knight of Pentacles is the slowest moving knight. Be patient. Okay, and if you're patient, it's going to be really clear with the Knight of Wands. And I think whatever this Knight of Cups is, or whoever they are, even though it's going to take patience as well, it's going to be so clear that you're going to be okay with that. You're going to be like, okay, well, that's fine. I can see this spark. I can see all the potential that this Knight of Cups has. Whatever is in that cup, I can see it. So I'm okay to actually wait and breathe and step back and relax. And whatever is unfolding here, it's all in your favor. You have Justice clarifying the Queen of Cups. What did I say earlier about the Queen of Cups? Like, she is just so at peace because she knows exactly, or not, she doesn't always know exactly what it is that's coming to her, but she knows that it'll come. And whatever it is, it'll bring her peace and balance. And with Justice here, it's like whatever is coming your way is for your higher good. It's for your highest good, and it's all going to turn out in your favor. Her eyes are closed, but she still sees. She has this inner knowing, and she trusts. She doesn't really need to look because she knows that everything is going to balance itself out. Justice, it's going to play its role here. And whatever hardships you had to endure before, it was all for a reason. Like, the playing field, I feel like, is really leveling out here. And the Magician clarifying the Page of Swords. I think it's like when you finally receive whatever this is, and this may not happen in December, I think you're going to realize how much power you have. Like, I think you're starting to understand that because you're feeling so much more like yourself. But when, like, it's almost like the closer and closer this gets, you're like, wow, like, I did that. I did that by channeling this Magician energy and changing my course and putting my freedom and myself first and the things that I want first. I think you're going to start being really, really honest with yourself from here on out because you saw everything that brought you. And then the Four of Cups clarifying the King of Pentacles here. When I first saw the Four of Cups at the bottom of the deck, it felt like maybe you're going to reach this point where, and I think it's tied to the Seven of Swords here, where you almost, you're like, is this it? That's all? That was my big clear message. That's why I went through all of this and I worked so hard to find this new freedom. Like, is that it? Don't let that self-talk win, okay? Because this is, I don't even think you can see yet how big and impactful this is going to be in your life. And I think the King of Pentacles is really going to help ground you and remind you that it's not the Four of Cups. It's the Sun. It's all of this. You just have to, once again, be patient. Understand that it's going to take time. Understand that it's going to take time, and I think it'll all work itself out. I think I think you're learning a lot from this King of Pentacles. I think they're teaching you a lot about yourself. All right, Scorpio. That's everything. Have an amazing December. I wish you nothing but the best. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you next month.